Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Saturday morning live stream. We got some familiar faces up in the chat, and it's a very chill Saturday, guys. So, yeah, this is gonna be a really chill stream. I didn't get as much work as I would have liked to get done this week. It was a busy week. You guys may have seen a video I posted this morning at 9 a.m. Showing you how to take any 3D character and apply it to any custom 3D animated mocap data to help you guys switch out the character for the alternate realities challenge that I'm running. And it's going for the next, I don't know, 16 days or something like that. I think it's something like that, maybe 15 days to get your renders in. And 5 of you guys are going to win some incredible stuff. But morning to you guys. Yeah, it's a little dark. It's okay. I'm going to switch over in a second here. But yeah, it's going to be a chill stream. It's going to be a very chill stream. I'm going to try and get as much work done and just kind of focus. Think of it as just like a work session. You guys got a lot of work to do. I got a lot of work to do. So we're just going to be here together, just working. So yeah, maybe a little less chatting this time. What else? I have, a link for you guys in the description of this video called Music to Work To. And it's what I'm listening to right now. And it's by my favorite ambient artist. His name's Mount Shrine. Let me show you guys. Let's see. Let's pull this up for y'all. Mount Shrine. Yeah, so I found out yesterday that this dude passed away from COVID along with his father, which is like horrible news for me because this dude is one of my favorite ambient artists of all time, and we're actually planning to work together on something. But not to make this too much of a downer, I figure I'd just throw his music in here. Click the link in the description. It's down below. Pop it off and get inspired. It's definitely some like really chill ambient music. But shout outs to Mount Shrine. We will miss you. Thank you for the good vibes and the good tunes, man. But yeah, let's queue up some music, guys. Hit that link. And let's jump into it. So, I'm working in C4D. You guys know. I've been doing this for a while. And I got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do on my render. So it's about right where we left off. I think since we worked on this, I extended my render times 2. Simply because it's going to be the first one. And it's going to start this montage that we're all doing together. So I'll have to double extend my animation here. But yeah, just keep in mind, I still need the 150 frames from you guys. Don't give me 300 frames, just the 150. The only reason I'm extending mine is because I'm starting the montage with this render and probably ending it with this render as well. What I also did was gathered, well here, let me start with what you see. I basically have like a gutter that runs through, and there's this massive hole in the background that this gutter kind of like goes to the middle of, and there's this giant like scaffolding that goes down into this pit. I want to throw that into the background as well. So the character will probably have to go over a bridge. Shout outs to Sotomonte, one of our moderators here, and he gave me the idea of doing little bridge things. So I'm gonna do that. And I pulled up some reference imagery. Yo, what's up? What's up, Casey? We got Casey Edwards in the house. Very good friend of mine. Super talented composer. You guys, check out his channel, Casey Edwards. If you guys like some good music. So I gathered this reference imagery. Look at how crazy this is. Let me full screen this. Look how scary this is. Whoa, hold on. Look at this. This is a person. And this massive pit, like if you slipped and fell into that, oh my God. These are called overflow tunnels, overflow pits or something like that. So they're for like hurricanes, tsunamis, that kind of stuff. This dude's on a unicycle, wheeling over this thing, absolutely insane. But I love this feeling so much, and I want to create more art like this. So I'm going to try and include a little bit of this feeling into my render, kind of in the background. This guy actually went down into one and explored. I think it was this one here. Potentially, I forget. And then, I pulled shots from Terminator 2 for reference for like, you know, the gutter. And basically it's like the LA River, basically, but a small version of it. You know what I mean? So I pulled that as reference because that's exactly kind of the look I'm going for with this gutter that leads to this giant pit in the background. So we'll see, you know, like the bridge and the character might block a little bit of this. I want to keep it visible. I don't want to block it with the bridge, but I also don't want to do too much. So I'll have a lot of experimenting to do. I'm kind of not too concerned with the background right now. Like these buildings, I know I'm just going to populate with buildings, and it'll probably be the last thing I do on my render minus the character. So right now I think I'm going to focus on the foreground. And I might try and build out this pit in character, or not character creator, world creator, maybe halfway through the stream or something. So I'm using a program called PureRef. Yeah. Juicy. You know, I've known Juicy for a while, and I don't know if that's how I pronounce your name, so I apologize. But yeah, one of our moderators, he's got it right. PureRef. That's the one. Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm going to just start, like, you know, building this out, diving in. Like I said, it's going to be a really chill stream. You know. Yeah, I got to focus. I got a lot of work to do. I got a lot of work to do, as you guys can see. So many of you have made it so far with your renders, and I'm like still on blockout mode. But yeah, if y'all are just joining, I got a link in the description to some fun ambient music. Well, I don't know if I'd call it fun, but I got a link to some ambient music. Go check it out. One of my favorite artists of all time. All right. Let's see. What do we do here? What do we do? Like this is going to be difficult to get texturing on this. This is where Substance Painter would come in handy. I don't know how to use Substance Painter, so yeah, I'm going to have to figure out some other way. You know, I thought about just going outside and sneaking into the LA River to take some photos of this little situation here, which I actually might do, but obviously I can't go do that right now. So we'll see here. Let me just render what I have. Let's see what we got. How you guys doing today? You guys doing all right? Thumbs ups if you guys are good. It was a busy week. So much going on. You know, I had to put out a video, my first C4D quick tip that I just dropped this morning, helping you guys switch out the character for this challenge was the focus of it. And man, what else? Yeah, I feel like I didn't get much sleep this week, so I'm a little tired as well. But yeah, it'll be a chill stream, very chill. Sweet, you guys are doing good. Awesome, awesome. Jax, you know, it's hard to troubleshoot right here, but you say you're having trouble downloading the starter pack. Follow that hightail link. The hightail link is probably the best way to go. What's up, Octane? You not starting up? What's going on here? Basil, can I help you with lighting? I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to see your render, but that'll have to be after the stream. I might have some time just to give a little bit of advice if you send me something on Discord that could help out. But like I said, last week was really busy, so I didn't have really much time to answer too many questions. Hey, my mate Joe. What's up, man? Thank you for the super chat. And I'm glad you appreciate these streams, man. Very cool. I hope you're gonna learn something today. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just gonna be building out this foreground and trying to add as much detail as possible. Because hey, that is the it's like baked into the thumbnail at this point, adding detail. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. I appreciate you, man. Thanks, Joe. Man, Octane's really taking a minute here, isn't it? That's crazy. I guess it's doing what it can. I'll answer some questions here while Octane loads. Let's see, what do we got? When will I finish my render? Oh, when you finish your render, where do you submit? Great question. Very good question. I do not have a submission link yet, but that is like the top priority for me. We're basically right there. We have made a Google, like a, what is it? Google list? No, not Google list. It's just like a delivery page where you can upload your files to. So me and the mods have been kind of going over the specifics of that just to make sure it's correct and that we have enough data, enough terabytes to accept everyone's submissions. So that'll be coming very, very soon. Probably, maybe even this weekend, Monday at the absolute latest. But I just wanted to make sure, I don't want to give a submission link too quick because I want you guys to really focus on your renders, put time into it, and don't feel like you have to be rushed. I'm going right to the buzzer on this one. Definitely. So we got some super chats. Sai Sharon, thank you, sir, for the super chat. He says, hey, Clint, good to see you. Excited for the stream. Me too. I'm excited to hang out with y'all. Deba Priya. I think we've talked before. We may have talked before. Did you send me an email? But thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks for joining. And Bonsai says, hey, Clint, you've been a huge inspiration for me, and the Alternate Realities Challenge is the first large-scale project for me in Blender. Thank you for the inspiration for me to keep creating and create something out of my comfort zone. Dude, absolutely, man. I'm just, setting up a little challenge. You're doing some fun work, and you're learning some new stuff, so that is awesome. And I'm glad that, it's a way for you to learn some more stuff. So let's keep it up. But my render looks to be good to go here. Mr. Ant Studios, welcome to the stream, dude. Good to see you here. All right, let's hop back into it. How many submissions am I expecting? Man, it might be upwards of 1,000 plus. I have no idea. Parth, has music for the montage been made yet? No, it has not. It has not. But I got plans. I have plans. Okay, so let's get rid of the fog because that's taking up a lot of render power that we just don't need right now. And let's take a look at the ground. It's very rocky and rubbly and dirty. And I'm probably going to have to do a mixture of it's a little too chunky. You know what I mean? It's a little too chunky. So I'm probably going to take this down a little bit. I want to keep this as organized as possible. So let's see. And the question is really where to begin, where to start from here. I could keep building out this muddy foreground with some junk in the corner, some pipes. There's just lots of crap in the corners here that really help frame the image. And that's kind of what I want to do. We talked about all this stuff the other day, last week, right? How to essentially vignette your focal point, which in our case is the character and the spherical shape in the background, which I should probably throw up here. Boom. Yeah. And we want to frame that stuff as naturally as possible. So we're doing that with a bunch of junk and pipes and old abandoned stuff, which I'll just, download from the Quixel Megascans library. Good example here. Lots of junk in the corners, which I will be adding to, you know, this little gutter system here. There's gonna be a lot of crap and paper and dirt and stuff that I'll need to add. We might be able to do a little bit of that. All right. So let's see what we can just download from Quixel Bridge. JR, too much talking, huh? You're right. Let's get to work. Here's some good stuff here. Hey, Dewa, what's up, dude? Yeah, we did talk before. Nice. Heck yeah. Thank you for the super chat. You said you're digging the post-apocalyptic vibe. It's a crazy one. It's just a lot of detail. So you have a question. Is it okay to include some graphic violence in the renders? That should be fine, man. Yeah, as long as there's no nudity or anything, or sexual stuff, then that should be good. Yeah, I think a little bit of blood is fine. And Crude Characters, thank you for the super chat. Am I planning to review the best submissions live along with the guest judges? Also, thank you for getting me along with so many others started. Absolutely, man. Yeah, we'll see. It just depends on the guest judges' time frame and like how much they want to do. I think so. I think that would be a nice goal to do. Review the top 100 would be fun. So yeah, I think that'll be awesome. Thank you for the super chats. I appreciate it. All right, there's a lot of good stuff that we can start downloading here. Let me make sure I have enough points. I do. Okay, I do. We're good to go. So I'm going to start downloading like this pipe pack here and start filling this with as much stuff as possible. I'm going to take all this stuff down to 2K exports just because it's going to be a lot of stuff. You know, a post-apocalyptic scene is just full of a lot of stuff. So make sure you guys download the high-res 8K versions, but only put the 2K versions into your scene. These hydraulic pipes. These are nice. You know, it kind of reminds me of, in our reference, where are you? Owen Wilson. Here we go. Yeah, like this stuff. These pipes in the foreground, you know? Really good stuff. It's all about the reference, guys. You're kind of just going blind if you don't have a reference. Ooh, this is what we need. The rubble. Yes, this kind of stuff. This is good stuff right here. Damaged wall structure. Yes, please. I think for this one, I'm going to do the 2K version. I can always come back and export the 8K version. Same here. Let's download the 8K and I'll export the 2K. Color Paper, welcome to the live stream. Good to see you. It's your first one. Glad to have you, man. It's going to be a chill one today. I'll export the 2K. Jones Lab, yo, thank you for the super chat. You guys are very generous today. Thank you so much. You say you loved how I presented the submissions last time using the Premiere timeline. Hope you do that again. This is my new favorite project ever. Cheers. Cheers to you, man. Thank you. Yeah, it worked out last time, didn't it? We went through all the submissions in the Premiere timeline and kind of raised them up to the next level. So that was cool. All right. This is a good one. We got some like rebar piping and metal work kind of coming out of these things, which is really cool. Let's get the 2K version over to C4D. And there's all these rubble piles that we can start laying out too. Let me see. I might take this broken wall as well. Blend Dreams. It's going to be a chill stream, dude. Don't worry. What else? Minecart wheels. Yeah, that's going to be nice. By a show of thumbs ups, who is jamming out to some ambient music right now? There's a link in the description to like my favorite artist, so definitely hit that up. Oh, this rusty tank. I like that rusty tank. That's good. Tesla Rock, welcome. You have not missed a lot. Not at all. We're just hanging out. Chilling. Let's get this pack of oil containers. Sweet. All those thumbs ups is a good sign. We're all on the same wavelength here. I'm listening to the music as well. Got the old bone phones on, which by the way is a prize for second and first place for the render challenge. You guys get yourself some bone phones. Let's move on. What else do we got? Some of these like barriers and stuff. Electrical box. Maybe we can have some of these electrical boxes in the dirt, perhaps. Maybe some parking meters, some like jacked up parking meters in the back or something. Maybe. I really like this concrete barrier with the like grungy white and red there is pretty nice. And the 2K version, we'll export that. All right. I think we have enough stuff to start building out this scene with. Let's see. I'll just grab the electrical. No, let me grab a couple of these like rubble thingies here. This is nice. Construction rubble assembly. Yeah, let's get that. And this stuff here will be good for the corners. You can see how it kind of goes up into the corners, but we don't really have corners yet. We will. Just not yet. maybe a brick pile could be nice. Let's download this. Derek Para, thank you, sir, for the super chat. No message included, just a straight up super chat, man. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. So I don't know if you guys feel this, but like so often with my art, it takes a long time to feel good about it. And right now I don't feel good about it because I don't really have much. I can kind of see that it's going to go somewhere, but a part of me is like, I hope this is good. And like, I don't really know. And I don't really have anything to look at that I'm excited about. You know, this is like whatever. I have a certain level of quality that I want to hit in my head, you know? And it's not there yet. It's just kind of like whatever. And it's not really taking shape. So it's hard to get excited about it. And it's hard to like push forward when what you're looking at doesn't look good. But I know I've done this enough that I know it's going to get to a point where it is going to look good. But I just have to put work into it to make it look good. And that takes time. So you guys got to get past that point. And that the idea of that gap of time where it goes from not looking good to looking good has been talked about before, actually. There's a guy, I forget his name, but it's called The Gap in Creativity. And it's the idea that like you can see, let's say, the movie you want to make, the short film you want to make, the render you want to create. You can see it in your head, but your physical technical skill isn't there yet. It can't get you to the point that you see in your head. So there's this gap where you have to level up in order to create the stuff that you see to the level of detail that you want to create it to. You know what I mean? That's called the gap. If you Google it, the gap, the creative gap or something like that, there's a quote or something or like an image with this kind of broken down. I'm kind of doing the long-winded version of it, but everyone has that. And if you keep working at your craft like we're doing every single week here, which is the whole point of this channel right now, is to work with you guys every week to get better at what we love doing. We're bridging the gap and we're getting closer and better. And it's making it easier to create the things that we really want to see to that level of detail and quality that we see. And I'm having a mini version of that right now in my render where it's like, I don't like it. I don't like the way it looks, but I know that I got to just keep working at it and it'll get there. And I'm sure it's the same for all you guys too. The only time I didn't feel that, which is very rare, was on my my latest render breakdown with the car in the water or on the ocean. Yeah, that one was actually a pretty smooth process because I had a nice reference imagery that made it easy for me. So I'm kind of just laying out all the stuff I'm having to work with. So here's what I can do is actually move all of this stuff over behind the camera and kind of have almost like a like an asset manager kind of setup going on back here. And technically I can do this in its own project file, but I'm lazy right now and would rather just do it here. Alt V, set safe frames, uncheck that, and you can kind of take away those blinders. So I'm gonna put the rubble like over here, group that stuff together, and the pipes and stuff can kind of maybe come over here. And what else do we have? We got these train, like rusted stuff, and then we have all of these guys, these containers. sweet. And I'll save a new version here. Control Shift S, alternate realities 3. Yeah, so a lot of this stuff it's going to be in the background, and you're not going to be able to tell that it's an 8K photo scan. We're not going to need all that detail. So it's definitely something that like you guys need to keep in mind. Save as much computer power as possible. Let me throw a background in here. I'm just going to do an HDRI environment. And I'll set it to visible. And it's a little easier to see this way. Oh, we got more goodies. Awesome. Let's bring this stuff over. S will snap the camera to any object you have selected. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So I know I probably want some sort of bridge here, so I'm going to kind of block this bridge out a little bit. And I don't want it to be too heavy. Like visually, I don't want it to be too heavy because I want the character to be able to cross this bridge and still see, see it's like a flat plane right here. But already as a flat plane, it blocks, a good bit of this hole and this drain pipe situation here. So I'm really going to have to kind of figure that out. Oh. Maybe it'll be like a busted bridge. That'd be pretty sweet, actually. If you guys ever saw 1917, where he had to go over the bridge and he's getting shot at, maybe something like that. So you can still see the background. It's more of like the frame of a bridge as opposed to a thick bridge, Yeah, Juicy, a rope bridge potentially. Now I do want it to feel like it's part of the environment. So maybe it was a bridge that was kind of like left over from, I don't know, when this city used to be a city. Or maybe there's a destroyed bridge here and some people added the bridge back after the fact. So it's made of like boards and random supports and stuff. So maybe that could be cool. But let's go to frame 1. We want to get a nice frame 1 kind of vibe here. So let's uncheck the check camera option so I can hop out and start placing stuff. And I can probably take all of these textures here, right click them, and add them to the Megascans layer. So things are a little bit more organized. And let's go ahead and drop all of this stuff into the geometry folder to keep things organized as well. We're definitely going to need to stay organized. This bridge and this cylinder, this is all our block out. So let's drop this into our block out folder. Awesome. And I'll throw all this stuff into props. I'll put it into a props folder. And I want to work on the ground a little bit. I'm going to be hopping all over the place, so bear with me. Okay, let's see. The floor is too chunky. Bonsai, thank you for the super chat. He says, will I make the supercut of the submission? And if so, will all of them be included or just a select few? So me and the mods were actually talking about this. And I think we're going to do two. I think we're going to do like a top 100. And then I think we're going to do, or like top 100 or top 150. And then we're going to do all of them no matter what. We're going to do every single one. So it's kind of the best of both worlds, just depending on like what you want to look at and how much time you have to spend. But I think that's the best way to bridge the gap and like make two really cool videos that like everyone can enjoy. I think that'll be the way to go. Microbiology, peace out. Have a good one. Enjoy that sleep. All right. So I'm going to render a region just so I can kind of see what's going on. It looks like it's tiled pretty hard. So maybe what I can do is actually scale up and have it tile less. So it's going to tile 0.5 times. So it's a little larger maybe. Oh, wow, there's a lot going on. Okay. So that's our brick layer. Okay. And this looks like interesting. Why is that? Let's see. Let's change this up a little bit. Is a nude statue allowed? I think so. As long as it's not like sexual. If it's like an artistic thing, I think that's fine. All right, so I'm just trying to like get rid of the tiling here is what I'm doing. And let's see, I have these lights in the back that are helping me with this bounce light. Yeah, you see the difference between no light and light. and the light gives it a really nice sheen. And I definitely want the foreground to have a big mix of stuff, you know? Water puddles, chunky mud, bricks. I just want it to be very full of texture. So I have to be smart with the way I do this. So this is smooth mud. And then we have chunky mud. And it looks like those three are being mixed together. I'm trying to figure out what these three are. These three planes, I guess they are not really included. Maybe they're off to the side or something. Oh, they're over on... Oh, it's just a duplicate of... I see. I'm just duplicating it onto the other side. I'll delete that for now. I like this one here. This is a good one. This is Octane Glossy 1.2. Is that what I have for the bricks? It is. Okay, cool. I chose the right one. Sweet. So I want to know why the chunky mud looks like it actually has, like it's part of a mix material. Oh, okay. That's because it's coming through. I got you. Which makes no sense because that layer is not even on. Why is that happening? Because Octane's being glitchy, that's why. So nothing really matters how it looks except for camera view. That's the only view that matters. So let's try and widen these up. There we go. That's looking nicer. And let's adjust the displacement. So if we go to 1, it's just going to look like a flat, muddy ground here. But no, we want a little bit of detail on that. So 15, if we go 30, it's going to be like some chunkage, you know? But I think 15 is nice. There's a nice, really wet, muddy area in here that I like a lot. And let's start working in our other layers. I'm going to get rid of this like foreground prop for just a second. Actually, you know what? I'm going to mess with it because let's adjust. Let's go for glossy and octane. Okay, so now it just looks wet, which is not the vibe. We could go back to universal like it was and GGX. These are all just different ways that I think light works off of the specularity and stuff, the BRDF model. And you can really tell it's like a 2K asset for sure. It's a little chunky in the foreground. All right, so back to the ground plane. I really want to get this ground plane correct. So our chunky mud looks good. Let's take a look at our smooth mud. Sweet. Okay. Let's go into smooth mud and maybe mess with the reflectivity settings. So if we get rid of the roughness and it's just straight up like a glossy, no rough situation, it might need to be a little bit more shiny. Okay, so using Sai Sharon, thank you for the super chat. He says he suggests using like a displacement map potentially or a noise map to adjust the height of this. Yeah, certainly. I think I'm going to use that to adjust which material is seen versus Yeah, it's going to be a mix. It's going to be a mix. I'll have to feel this one out. There's a few different ways to go about it. All right, so specular. I just let it loose. It's going to look something like that. And then we bring in the roughness and it kind of spreads it out just a little bit. I could take the specular, plug that back in, and adjust the gamma. So that kind of turns it down. And I'll always render region to get a quicker preview. Darren, what's up? We got Darren, one of the original mods, up in the chat answering questions, man. Thank you for that. Nice. All right, so I'm happy with that look. Feels pretty good to me. And the overall look, let's see. I'm going to rotate this around a little bit. And let's hop out of the camera. And just rotate this a bit. Dark Grenchler. What a name, dude. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Dang, okay, you say we crossed paths at E3 in 2013. My goodness. That was a long time ago. But it's always been fun watching your work. I never had the means to do VFX work, so I live vicariously through you and others. Best of luck in all your endeavors, man. Thank you for saying hey. That's a long time ago. That's crazy. Thank you for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. Cool. All right. I like that look. It feels nice to me. And let's add the brick layer in and see what that looks like. So it's a little, definitely a little bit too tiled, I think. I think we can scale it up. So I'm just going to take tiling down to 0.5. Awesome. Okay. So now I need to mix all of these textures together. And since Octane, I don't know of a way to mix all these displacement maps together, I'm going to have to do it with basically height variation and height values and put them on 3 different planes like I have for you guys here. So I'm really just kind of dialing this look in. If we start with our first mud, this is probably my favorite looking mud. And it's the one I go back to pretty frequently. If I wanted to work the bricks in, you can see that since I have a displacement map on these guys, it is kind of pushing and pulling the bricks just a little bit. And I could even take this down like negative, I don't know, negative 15. So it's a little bit more subtle. And certainly you could do this with like patches of brick from the Megascans library, but you know, I'm enjoying this method of doing it just because I feel like it's a little less taxing on the computer. And let's try moving the brick layer just a little bit. Or we go into the displacer and we adjust the, let's see, I think you can adjust the scale, global scale. No, I just want to move it. No, okay, that's not going to work. In that case, I think it's just easy enough to mess with the, where is it? The seed. Here we go. So you find something that, you know, kind of fits your scene. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So you guys see how like the displacement map is kind of poking up through the plane here and is getting you these different looks. Now we can do the same with, let's see, we can do the same with this other smooth mud. So we can introduce this to the scene, and we're going to need to also give it a displacement map. And you know, maybe smooth mud should be our base layer, and the chunky mud will also have the displacement map. So I'm going to control drag this into the chunky mud and adjust its, well, let's turn it off to see what we're working with. So you kind of have the smooth mud going with the bricks. If we take the bricks away, we just see the smooth mud. And I'll just render region because this is all we need to look at. And let's introduce the chunky mud, turn that on with the displacement layer. And you can see how that's giving us, yeah, some really nice, interesting detail here. And I'll mess with the chunky mud. Let's go negative 20 so it kind of pops up into the scene a little bit more. Oh, I need to give it, that's what I need to do. I need to give it segments. So the, let's see, the bricks, yeah, 30 by 60. So let's give this chunky mud 30 by 60. And that way it'll actually kind of appear through this thing. Yeah, just a little bit of that chunk, you know what I mean? There we go. It's very subtle. Very, very subtle. Negative 20 perhaps. Oh, negative 25. And the bricks to work that in. And the bricks can maybe be displaced a little further. So I'll take the displacement, and if I zero it out, okay, negative 100, you really see them. Okay, cool. So we go like negative 20. So they're just peeking up and through a little bit here, which is starting to feel pretty nice. So we can scatter any number of objects onto this ground. So let me set up a scatter system, fill it with pipes and different containers and stuff. All right. I'm feeling good about this foreground. Okay, so it needs a little bit of stuff here. So let's think about what we want to add. Let me turn off the lights just in the viewport so we get a more even kind of a lighting here. Let's definitely scatter some of these like valves and like different pieces here. We can probably scatter some of these empty containers, and I will probably hand place this little like train wheel thing. This can be, I feel like these can be hand placed, but I bet you we can scatter all of these bottles and some of these like little pipe pieces here. So let's set that up, yeah? All right, let's go to our props and let's find what we need there. Boom, both of these guys. Sounds good. And let's go ahead and zero them all out. So I'm gonna select them all, and you can do reset PSR. I got this button kind of locked in, and we'll do this here too. We'll select all that, reset PSR. You know, be a nice, actually, another quick tip idea is how to set up custom buttons. That's actually a good one. But that's just, like, here's the thing is like all that stuff is just easily searchable on YouTube and Google. So it's like, what am I going to add to that, you know? All right, so yeah, right in the center point is where we'll have these guys. Let's actually do a bottle scatter system first. Okay. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to make a plane. In fact, I'm going to duplicate this plane that makes up our ground. Okay, yeah, the smooth mud. I'll control drag the smooth mud plane up and out. And we can get rid of the material that's on it. Awesome. Okay. And that's what we're going to scatter our container, little containers onto, right? So let's select all these containers, and we can move them out of this little null object here. We'll select all those containers. I'm going to hold Control Alt, and then I'm going to click the little cloner button. By holding Control Alt, that just automatically puts them all as children of this cloner. And in the cloner settings, I'm just going to set this to random. So it's going to randomly select which ones. And I'll set it to multi-instance. That way we actually maintain as much computing power as possible. And instead of a grid array, it's going to be an object. And the object will be our smooth mud. So now you can see they're kind of all scattered around on the ground here. And we'll probably contain it to just the, let's see, let's grab that smooth mud. Let's crunch it up. Because our camera is only seeing basically to that corner back here. So that's as big as we need it. And it's the same for the other plane too. I'm actually going to bring this down and yeah, because we don't need all that computer juice. We can save on our computer juice. So let's bring it in, scoot it over. And let's just make sure that that looks good. Let's get rid of the smooth mud. So yeah, the smooth mud that our bottles are being scattered over, we can right click it, give it an Octane object tag, and set the visibility to uncheck camera visibility, uncheck shadow visibility. How about we just take the general visibility all the way down, so we just have the little like scattered bottles and stuff. Dude, some tripwires would be sweet. Yeah, I like that. All right, so here's the trick to this. Here's how you make it good. All right, so let's hop out of here. Let's go in and you see how everything's kind of randomly scattered? Well, I want to add a couple more of them. So let's go to the object here or the cloner and we'll set the count to 50. And it's all about the random effector here. So with the cloner selected, if you hold down the cloner button and let go on random, it'll automatically pop into the effectors here. And I'll just mess with this to give it a little bit of random detail, mostly rotation. I also want to change the way light hits these guys. So let's go glossy and octane. There's too many of them, so we'll take that down. Let's get these pipes out of here. And you can change the seed. So here, let me group all this stuff. I'll call this scattered bottles. Scattered plastic bottles. I still think there's too many. We got to keep it subtle. Very, very subtle. $20 may have been the perfect number. Cool. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's just change the seed around. Cool. Anything in the foreground we can hand place and really like cherry pick what goes in there, yeah? Okay, what else? I definitely want to add some like grass and shrubs to this, but I might do that as a pass a little bit later. You see how these 2K versions of these bottles are totally fine? Now let's go ahead and scatter our pipes. Very nice. Okay, so this long one, I'm going to get this out of the bunch. And I only want to scatter probably these guys. So let's find the long one. Let's pull it out of the bunch there. In fact, I'm going to pull them all out. And let's just kind of find the ones that we want to scatter and I'm gonna lay them down so they're kind of just, let's see, 90 degrees here, and then I'm gonna hit L to adjust my gizmo and reset it. So that's its like base state, and it'll be scattered this way. Because I don't want a bunch of stuff poking up from the ground, really. This one is fine as is, except I'm just gonna center up, hitting L, its center point, just like that. Same for this one. I'll center up that center point and make sure this one is yeah, I want to center this one up too. So when it rotates, it doesn't stand up tall. It rotates from the center point, if that makes sense. This one's actually perfect. This one, I'll show you guys a trick on how to scatter less of these. And this I'm going to exclude from the scatter, but I will put it back with our objects and our props here. I just want the small stuff. So I'm going to select all of these guys here, and we're going to hit Control Alt, same deal, pop them into a cloner. The cloner will be an object, and the object will be, let's see, it's going to be the same plane. So the smooth mud, I'll just call this scatter foreground, and that's what we'll reference here. Amazing. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab their materials, metal pipe, double click that. Okay, and I want to switch this to octane and glossy. Maybe metallic is the way to go. Let's see, universal, octane. Yeah, so they're really shiny. There we go. I just want to make them a little bit more on the shiny side. Okay, now we're going to randomly kind of flip these guys around here. So you see how many of these there are? I don't want people to see duplicates anywhere, okay? So here's what we'll do. We'll select this one, right? We'll select this one here. And what we'll do is actually select everything but that. So I'm going to click all of these, control drag up, and it's going to duplicate 2 times more of these than it'll duplicate these, if that makes sense. So now you're going to see that there is a little bit more of these smaller pieces than there are those larger pieces here. And I'm actually fine with this for now. Let's go ahead into that cloner. And let's see. Let's set it up so it's a random assortment as opposed to some like chronological thing. And we'll set it to multi-instance to save on as much computing power as possible. We're distributing on the surface. Yep. NAQ montages. Hey, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. You say, hey, Clint, can you please add the social media links to contestants' work? After the first challenge, I want to see the other works of the finalists. Yes, absolutely. That is something that is included in the submission link. You have to title your submission with your name, your Discord name, and a social media link that you would like to include. Good question. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. All right. With the cloner selected, let's add a random effector. And let's go ahead and group all this stuff, the cloner and the random. Alt G, we'll call this scattered. I don't know, pipes? No, scattered valves? Maybe? Okay, sure. And let's work on the effectors, parameters here. So I'll uncheck position, and I really want to focus on mainly the rotation. And we can hide the plastic bottles so we know exactly how many of these little pieces are being scattered around. So this you can just set to like 2000. And then we'll just kind of spin them around a little bit more too. So they're all kind of just like sticking out of the mud at different points here. I'll hop back into the camera, re-render the scene just to make sure things are working properly. And we'll go for 50 pieces and just change the seed on all this stuff. Now it looks like the way it's being distributed is not being changed though, for some reason. Object, surface. Oh, we don't have a surface yet. So I'm going to use the scatter foreground as the surface. Weird, why is that not working? Random, yeah. Multi-instance, maybe it just needs to be render instance. Nope. No, this doesn't need to be a thing. Scatter foreground is the object. And we're distributing it across the surface. That's exactly what we want. Oh, it's a different seed then. Ah, okay, so that's the random seed and this is the placement. Okay, I got you. Thanks for answering some questions, Darren. Appreciate you, man. Shout outs to the moderator. We got a couple in here today. All right, so this is starting to look pretty nice. I'm just working the seed here. Yeah, and at a certain point, it's just kind of noise. Like the bricks are already so noisy on the ground that it's kind of hard to tell like what we're really adding here. I just want it to be a nice subtle touch. Like you can see the pipe here in the foreground, and that feels pretty good. So let's go to that metal pipe and kind of adjust it a little bit. Let's take off the metallic and we'll change this to a glossy. Oh, it's the index 1.3 is default. And you could take that gamma and take it up a little bit. Or down rather. But I don't know. I don't know if that's the look. It's hard to say. We can take the saturation up. But that's not doing much either. I'm taking off the roughness channel to do it manually. Awesome. And I'll just work the way they're placed a little bit more too. Let's see. See, I'm trying to avoid all these little valves sticking out of the ground. But I think this is pretty darn close. And we can add a foreground element. Let's try and add in those little train cart wheels. So for this one, you can just kind of have them in the foreground here. And it's too contrasty right now. It's too much. So I need to kind of walk this back. And maybe drop the saturation. And we'll check the specular. Let's see, 1.3. Yeah. Let's get rid of this roughness. And do it by hand, 0.1. Yeah, so it kind of looks wet. And since it's in the foreground, I know I'll probably switch it out for an 8K texture. Yeah, it's just still a little dark. I want to be very selective with the objects that are in the foreground. Let's do a new folder in geometry called scatter, and that's just going to be our scattered stuff, so we can keep an eye on it. And then for the ground, I'm going to group that up, and I'm just going to call that ground. I'll say ground is number 1. Whoa, not number Q. Number 1, and scatter will be number 2. So we can kind of keep things organized a little bit. Our block out will be 0. Awesome. And I'll drop volume and the octane sky into the lights. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah. Whoa. My mic totally just fell. That looks good. So I switch it to octane and glossy. Material type is glossy. BRDF model is octane. And it makes it feel a little wet, which I really dig. And if, I'm not going to switch out anything until I know it's going to be in the foreground. So there's no need to really make a high-res version of this until we know it's in the foreground for real. And then I'll switch it out later. Okay, so how do you make to not have textures in your perspective view, but you do in the render view? NQ. So if you hit NQ, that'll toggle textures on and off. And I want to work just as efficiently as possible. So if you hit N, it'll pull up your little sheet, and then you can see down where it says Q, second from the bottom, you'll just toggle materials on and off. And I learned that one from Andre Lebrov. He had a C4D quick tips thing, and that was one of them that blew my mind. All right. So I'm definitely feeling, like a building back in this area back here. And I'll probably have some rubble piles and stuff in the corners back there. Like, this is going to be so tiny. This is going to be so tiny. But, something like this back here or something, once I get the buildings in. All right, maybe I'll start working on... Maybe I'll start working on this little edge here. Okay. So for this edge, basically it's coming right up to a giant, basically a gutter, a huge old gutter. So I think what I'll need to do here, at least the way I imagine it, is to have some sort of like retaining wall right before it. Nothing too big though. Just something that kind of like, let's see. Yeah, that's too much. Something that just barely lines that up. All right, the specular is really intense, so I'll bring that down. And I'm gonna have to fill this corner in with like a bunch of stuff. But let's start making some instances of this piece here, okay? Man, that's a great texture. I like that a lot. Oh, I moved the camera, but hey, lucky for us. Actually, no, not lucky for us. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Basically, what I'm going to do here is just kind of duplicate this over and over and over. But I don't want to keep copying the same piece of geometry because, you know, we need to save as much computing power as possible. So what I'll do is I will make an instance of this one piece of wall, all right? So with the wall selected, let's go up to, is this it? Yeah, here we go. Our little subdivision surface, hold that down and like go on instance. And it'll make an instance of it. And we can change that instance to a multi-instance. So we can have a bunch of them. And I don't even see it in the viewport. That's crazy. Is there a way, a render instance maybe? Okay, a render instance, I'm allowed to see it. So what I'll do is copy that wall with that instance, just like this, and group them together and call this retaining wall. Cool. And I'm kind of just gonna like, let's actually go ahead and let's center up the gizmo here. So I have this center axis 2, or the axis center tool. Yeah, let's go ahead and reset it and we'll execute so that the axis is right in the middle. That way we can just rotate it 90 degrees and kind of just have it fit. And we'll line them up just like that. Now it's empty on the bottom. There's a hole on the bottom of this thing. So I'm gonna kind of have to do this strategically. Let's see, what's the best way to go about this? I don't want to see into it. You know what I mean? So I'll probably just tuck it up into itself to hide it. Control drag. and I'll mess with the specular. Oh, weird. Is it? I'm very confused. Yeah, that piece right there. I thought oh, I undid. I guess I went a little too far. Octane, glossy, specular. We'll bring it down. Awesome. And we'll keep it going. This is where our character walks across, so we'll make a little gap right there. A little something like that. Awesome. Cool. So there's like a little lip here for the bridge to start. And now I have to go in and add a bunch of stuff to get this. Basically in the corners, I need to get that like filled with junk in the corners. Aravinth, thank you. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. It says, hey, if we're making an underwater scene, can we render the character in slow-mo? No, you cannot. You cannot touch the speed of the character animation because these clips all need to cut together, so the character needs to be moving the same way throughout. So apologies. You'll have to just make it work. But let me turn up the brightness on this a little bit for y'all. All right. Let's go to the Megascans library and see what kind of surfaces we can find. Or no, decals rather. They got a lot of good stuff here. Concrete decals, street decals, trim, wood, tree, moss, leakage, graffiti, debris. Probably debris. And wow, there's a lot of good stuff in here. There's paper, there's tile. And we got to ask ourselves, like, what do we need visually for our scene? You know, like, let me get rid of this little background piece back here. Yeah, visually, what do we need? I feel like we don't need a lot. I'm just messing with the placement of this stuff, or the look of it, rather. I think it's like vegetation. We need some vegetation in the scene. It is a little flat. You know, we might be able to like shape some hills and stuff into this. What should we do here? I want to add some futuristic stuff to this too, but I definitely think like plants are probably the way to go on this. Like I said, I'm hopping around all the time, so I'm just going to see what some different lighting setups look like. I'm going to go ahead and save a new version. Yeah, I just love that detail in the ground. It looks really good. I think like I feel pretty good on rubble. The only other thing I could imagine placing is just like, again, little hand placed bits that can vignette our scene, you know, like an oil barrel or this pipe or something. This little piece actually might be pretty cool to put on the corner. Yeah, that's not bad. Something like that. You can probably throw one of these too. Let's do another instance of this thing. So let's find the piece, and in fact, I'm gonna leave it back here, and then I'll make an instance of it from here, and that instance will be the thing that we get to like move out in place. So we still have, you know, our props list back there. I don't want to remove anything from the props list too much. Johnson, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Does Quixel Library require a license for studio production? Capcom also used the Megascans assets, so I'm curious how Epic Games would handle indie dudes. Yeah. So if it's free for Unreal, first off, it's free if you're using Unreal. If you're just yourself, I think I pay $20 a month for it. If you make like under 100K or something, you pay like $20 for it. So I think it's a steal. Totally worth it. All right, I'm going to group this and just call this, actually no, this will be part of the retaining wall. So I'll drop that into the retaining wall there. And I'll let this be the divider between our assets. And maybe we have this like infrastructure little piece every once in a while. So I'll flip this around. And I'll put it back here too. And flip it around one more time. Sweet. So if we select the original piece, I just want to adjust the specularity settings and the roughness settings on it. See, I think this is probably the coolest orientation for it. Right here. Something like that. I just want a little bit of detail in the foreground. Okay. And let's see, where is it? This piece. Amazing. Okay. Glossy. Octane. Yep. Take the specularity down just a little bit. And I'll be sure to switch these out for the 8K versions once we get to that point. So I want to almost build like a destroyed walkway. Like this used to be, you know, some sort of walkway here that had some infrastructure to it that is now torn down. So I'm just kind of like making this up as I go. Maybe I could bury this. Kind of have it on both sides. And I think I'll flip it around so you don't actually see that red and white checkered bit. I'm kind of just making this up as I go. And the closer you have a like a reference image, kind of a like a block out or some sort, not a block out, but a you know, concept art for what you're trying to create, the closer you have to the final you're going for, the better. It'll certainly be a lot faster, but this is just, I'm kind of experimenting. I have the time to experiment, so that's what I'll be doing. And that's what I am doing. Let's change that concrete to glossy and octane so we get that shine off of it. And we'll take the specular down to a level that we're happy with. We can even take the brightness up. Yeah, that feels nice. So it's kind of guiding the character here up to this little bridge piece. And I'll duplicate this once more and kind of treat it like a little sidewalk thing, maybe. That's probably good there. I should have made instances. Dang it. I wonder if there's a way to do that. It probably would take like 2 seconds. Let me try this. I really want to be as safe as possible with this because I know my scene is going to get out of hand. So I want to make these instances. Yeah. Instance, render instance, and then I'll go from there. Do that instead. And I'm looking at the render view because obviously you can tell that it's under the ground here in the viewport, but in the render view, since we're messing with displacement, you're seeing a bit more of it than you actually see in the viewport. Where'd it go? I lost it. There we are. Ooh, it's closed. All right, so there's an actual bottom to it. I like that. You can see how I'm using this object in a different way. I'm not using it as the barrier. I'm actually just using it as like little walkway pieces. But I think I'll keep it right side up. Make sure y'all experiment. You got to experiment. There's no way to find out if something is cool or not unless you experiment. So yeah, definitely I'm gonna have to go in through all of this and and essentially like add corner detail to everything. And because this is our original piece, I'm gonna bring it back over here. I need to really remember to do this. And I'll duplicate the instance and use that as the main one instead. Sweet. So maybe this was a construction site, you know? And it got bombed out. And some crazy war scene happened here or something. Nice. Okay. Not bad. I like this little like retaining wall here that drops off. Very cool. Move that over just a little bit. And we'll move this one over so it's not clipping through. And I might switch out the wall for the other side. Probably will. I just hadn't focused on it yet. This one's barely peeking out. There we go. I'll probably have to cut those off somehow. But I'm not really going to deal with that right now. Don't think it's worth it. Any thoughts on my character and purpose? My original idea was that this is like some sort of like humanoid robot thing that's kind of going through here and growing like new growth, trees, bushes, grass, each step that this thing takes. And it's carrying, I don't know, maybe it's picking up trash. I don't know yet. That's like kind of my only vibe right now. Kunal, thank you for joining. Have a good night. Peace out, dude. Good to see you. Ooh, flowy construction tarps. I like that. I know that Polygon has a really nice one. Let me see if I can load that up real quick. Let's see, where would that be? I'm gonna search for it on this other screen here. Give me 1 second. Looking for the Polygon texture. Where are you, Mr. Andrew Price? Polygon, here we go. So where would it be? Bricks, concrete, no. Extra textures? No. Fabric? Tarp plastic. This is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, so let's get the color variation, the blue one. And there is a displacement map it comes with. All right, we get the displacement map, but I'm betting we could just use normal. I don't think displacement is necessary. Let's go normal. The gloss is invert specular, so we'll make sure to invert this. And the reflection, of course, to chill things out. Ambient occlusion we'll probably good on as well. Let's see what this does, okay? I'll right click this. We'll make a new layer and it'll be called Polygon. Cool. Get a plane. Let's flip it around and slap it on. Where it would be, I have no idea, but hey, we got it loaded into the scene now, so I do not know where it's gonna go or what it's gonna do, but it's there. All right, we got it. I'll put it in the assets, little assets thing here that we have built up for ourselves. This tank, though, is huge. This thing is massive. Maybe this is what I put on my character's back. Is a big old tank or something. I always imagined the character carrying something or pulling something. I'll still probably do that. But this might be cool for the time being. I'll just throw this into like one of the spine pieces or something, I guess. Oh, what happened to the head? Whoa, what happened to everything? Let's undo that as fast as we can. I'll figure that out later. I'm not really concerned about character stuff right now. Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and move this up. Hitting L to adjust the gizmo. And I'll drop it down. I don't know. Man, I don't know where this will go. That's gonna be so subtle because we literally, this is frame 1. It's gonna leave frame in like 2 seconds, but that's okay. I don't want to add too much to the scene though. You know, I don't want to overpopulate it with stuff. Golden Glitch, thank you for the super chat. You say, I don't know what I should be doing. Should I take a few day break from my project or keep working on it until it's due? Also, keep up the great work. Well, I don't know what where your render is at, but I would take as much time as possible. Take some time to sleep on it. I think that's definitely a good move. There's no rush. If you feel like you're in a close to final point, yeah, take a couple days on it. Take time away from it and come back to it and see like what you should add based off that, or even what you should take away. That's a really good way to kind of step away from your project, clear your mind, and come back to it with a fresh pair of eyes, which is very helpful, especially when you're editing or working on anything for a long period of time. It's good to take a break from it, come back to it later when you have a fresh perspective. So I think that's a good idea, definitely. Remember, everything's due on June 1st. So until then, keep working on your stuff. Yeah. Take a couple days to, you know, give yourself a fresh perspective on things. I think it'll be nice. So that you kind of have piles of rubble scattered throughout the scene. Lamppost. Pretty sweet. Evolver, yo, thanks for the super chat. Yeah, one day you'll have time, dude. You're busy doing a lot of cool stuff, developing amazing amazing software. Keep it up, man. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you always, man. Rock on. Very, very cool. Very kind and generous of you, Chris. Ooh, some fences would be nice. I just don't have any. I'll have to buy some. I'll probably do that later. Don't want to be buying stuff on the live stream. I'll get that at some point. Some tires would be cool. Traffic cones, maybe. I think I generally just need more like rubble piles based off of, let's see. Nice. Okay, okay. Shopping cart could be cool. But if this is a construction site, I don't know if you'd see a shopping cart. There's a tire. Sticks and twigs. Ooh, maybe some sticks and twigs scattered throughout the scene could be good. Yeah, I think definitely some rubble piles in the background, some larger ones. I really want to add as much depth to the scene as possible, so I kind of have a foreground, like there's different layers, you know. So this is our foreground. This will be kind of like a mid-ground area, this little blank spot right here. This will be a mid-ground area that we can fill with maybe a construction vehicle with a bunch of rubble around it or something that kind of piles up to this giant building. I think that'll be cool. The fog and the depth will definitely add to that. And then we're going to kind of go even further here with this gutter system that I definitely need to work on. And then it'll go even further to this giant pit in the background. And then finally, it'll go into just the horizon with all these buildings. So I think now I'm kind of at like a point where the foreground is shaped out enough, I think, that I can move on to something else and I can come back around for added detail a little bit later. But I'm going to take a quick break. Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll hop back into some more work. So keep working. Don't move. I'll see you guys soon. What's up, y'all? All right, we're back to it. Thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on this render. If you guys are just joining me, thanks for hanging out. It's a good time. It's a really good time. I'm listening to some ambient music right now. There's a link in the playlist if you guys want to join me. I think I'm gonna switch albums. But yeah, it's time to keep working. Hope you guys are having a good one. And yeah, let's just freaking dive into it. Let's go. All right, let me change up my album really quick. So I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, sad news, but yeah, my favorite ambient artist, he passed away from COVID. I just found out today. He was 27 years old. And his dad also passed away as well. Very horrible. But I have a link to his music in the playlist or in the description below. He's like one of my all-time favorite ambient artists. So I'm just rocking his music right now. His music inspired a lot of my art. So I would like to do something for him, some tribute render or something pretty soon. But yeah, not to make it too much of a downer, guys, but Mount Shrine is the jam right here. Rest in peace. And I hope your ambient music lives on. I know it will, because I'm blasting it all the time. We will miss you. Okay. Moving on, y'all. Anthony, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, man. So you say you haven't started yet. I hope you will. I hope you will too. So much work to deal with. I hear ya. Understood. Yeah, I barely got time to work on my render. We say I'd love to have enough time to participate. Thank you so much. It's very, very stimulating. Gotcha, man. Absolutely. I hope you join as well. It's a good time to learn. Good time to grow your value. Okay. Yeah, it's real unfortunate what happened to him, man. 27, such a young time to go. Seriously. Rest in peace, man. Oh, man, so talented. We were just getting together to work on something together too. You know, I reached out to him and I sent him a message yesterday. And I was wondering why he hadn't responded in about a month. Just I was like following up, and yeah, I found out yesterday. Freaking crazy. So definitely listen to his music, Mount Shrine. It's good stuff if you guys hadn't heard it yet. Okay. So I'm kind of just going in here and adjusting all of these little pieces individually to add more depth to the scene. You know, everything kind of is blending into each other at this point. So I want to do my best to have some of this stuff stand out just a little bit. And I definitely will have to go in here and add a lot of detail to all the corner bits. Basically where the ground meets a wall, I need to add a bunch of stuff and trash, kind of ramping up to that wall point, you know? But I think that's going to be a little bit later. I need to think now, where do I want to move on to? Maybe I try this hole. And instead of a concrete thing, maybe it's a dirt hole? Or maybe I focus on this gutter, but the gutter, what's the best way to do this gutter? I could certainly fill it with like mud and trash and stuff and blend together a number of materials, concrete materials, to get the look I want. I definitely want to fill it with like mud and water. But to get this look that I'm going for is very specific. Frelling Hazmat. Hey, thank you for the super chat. You said you've been listening to Mount Shrine since I started streaming. Sounds like Cryo Chamber and Lounge, which I should also check out. Ambient music is great because it leaves a lot to the imagination. That is why I love it. Yes. Yes. I think Cryo Chamber did something for Mount Shrine. Because he passed away a month ago and I didn't know. But I think they're doing something. Yeah, Cryo Chamber is the label that this dude's name is Lustmord. This is the creepiest ambient music name. But I think it's his label. Yeah. And he's got a lot of chill stuff. Okay, a rushing stream of sewage. I like that. But yeah, I like the junk. There's a lot of trash in here. And I want it to stand out from the muddy ground that I have right here. Because this is kind of a feeling, kind of a vibe here. Dark brown nastiness. This I would like to be a bit more on like the cold blue gray. Like this is a warm, muddy kind of ground. And I want this to be a bit more on the blue side, perhaps. And there's just going to be a lot of detail to add to this. I have to figure out the best way to do that. So let's figure it out right now. So clearly, this thing is jacked up. So I need to figure out the best way to do this. All right, let's go ahead and solo it. And just work on this little piece. And let's maybe, it's definitely way too bright. So I need to bring down the specular intensity of the material that it has. And actually, before I do that, I'm going to clean this up real quick. So this kind of goes with the retaining wall, and I'll drop the retaining wall into geometry. Yep. And that pipe goes to props. And the plane will also go to props, and we'll just call that tarp. Izan, thanks for the super chat. I do not know. I've kind of been out of touch this week, man. I'll have to look into it. I know it's usually really intense, the stuff that's going on there, very sad. I'm imagining it's like, I don't want to take any guesses, but yeah, I got to dig into it for sure, man. All right, what is this piece here that's happening? All right, let's take down the intensity of this specularity. And I believe, let's see. Yep, here we go. Concrete material. It's the specularity that's just way too intense. There we go. Now you can really see the tiling. Let's take the normal map and maybe crank the normal map, so we get a bit more detail out of this and roughness. And I'm just going to try a couple of these materials. Okay. That's not bad right there. But I think it has displacement, which is what, yeah, which is what's taking that out. Okay. I wonder if I unwrap this. Let's see. Maybe I try and rotate it a little bit. I can't rotate it. All right, that's not bad. Let's offset it. It just looks smaller than it actually is. So I'm gonna have to probably do this with a mixed material, but I'm gonna keep trying these different base materials here to see if we can't get a nicer look. Uh-oh. Woo, that was close. Let's save a new copy here. We can probably up the IOR of this to make it a little bit more reflective. Oh, why is that not working? Weird. Okay, we'll keep going through here to try different ones. Ooh, that looks nice. And the reason that they're kind of clipping out here is because of the displacement. I'm just turning that off. That's grungy. That's real grungy. I like this one. This is nice. So the wall, I'm assuming, will be separate. Okay. So we have these 5 different ones. That we can use a mixed material to combine together. I really like this first one. Feels pretty good to me. But yeah, it's just tough. I feel like this is going to be a tough one to nail here. Like technically these are just way smaller, you know? Like it's more like this, you know? Um and then it just looks like it tiles like crazy, which doesn't look good. We can try cubic, but Yeah, that's not going to look good. This is when Substance Painter would really come in handy. But I just don't know it. Yeah, all this different detail on the wall here. I feel like I'm really going to need to go outside and like and get this. I could unwrap it and go to Mixer, but I don't know Mixer. I really don't. So maybe I might have to learn for this. And I can't really find any of this stuff online either. Like, you're not going to find a giant tunnel or a giant bridge online. I might photo scan it. I don't know. But it's not overcast here. Actually, it is overcast today. I could go and photo scan it. That might not be a bad idea. So it looks like I need to get in a mixer, huh? That sounds right. Maybe what I'll do is, yeah, I feel like I'm gonna need to do a lot of R&D on this this drainage system, but I don't know. Here, maybe let's try something. Let's see here. So this is our I'll just call this drain. And I wonder what would happen if I put this muddy texture on it. Let's see. Very interesting. That honestly doesn't look too bad. And yeah, I feel like it would help to unwrap this. So I'll give it a shot. I don't really know too much about unwrapping, and it's definitely something that I need to get better at. But let's give it a shot. So the drain. Yep. I want to unwrap all this stuff. So I think, what if I go Shift C, UV unwrap. Nah, I think I have to do it through this way. UV edit, UV unwrap. That does not look right. Frelling, thanks, dude. Thanks for the chat. I should do an industrial floating sphere city in the background or a broken up moon. I'm actually gonna have the buildings like shape out the sphere, the negative space of the sphere. So it's going to be like a sky in the back, I think is the plan. But that's a good idea. Hmm. So I kind of want to have a second part of this thing. So basically, let's see. Just like the little trough piece of this. So I'll hit UL for loop selection and then UI to select everything else and delete it. So we just have this like middle trough piece. And let's go ahead and delete. Where's the second one? What? Okay. There we go. So I'm trying to make it really shiny. So if you take off the displacement, the normal, and the bump, you'll get basically a mirror. There we go. That's kind of what I'm going for. But that just doesn't look as good as it can. It definitely needs some like puddle maps or something in here to look good. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one. That's gonna be a tough one. I'm not happy with that. Maybe what I'll do here is actually kind of build out this extra little background piece. Okay, so the foreground I'm happy with for now. Let's see here. So I'm gonna make a plane and roughly kind of just fill out this space here. Nice. Okay, so we have some good background rim to play with here. And we'll go into top view and just kind of line up this gutter. And if I make the plane editable, I can turn on, let's see, let's get the enable soft selection. We'll crank the radius up. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit more matched to that ground there. Sweet. All right, what do we want to do for the midground? I'm imagining like definitely some rubble piles. All right, let's go back to those favorites and see if we can't find some rubble piles like this. We need the biggest ones we can find. Now, maybe this is something we do with RD textures. Ooh, that's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, maybe this is something we do with RD textures. So I kind of want, let's see. I want to shape the ground a little bit and see if we can't pull up some of these pieces to kind of ride along the base of these buildings. You know, something like that. Like, that's pretty sweet, actually. That's very nice. Mr. Clay, good question. Am I separating the foreground, midground, and background renders to comp later? That might not be a bad idea. Definitely might not be a bad idea, dude. Because I'm going to have so much stuff going on here. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. That's a pretty cool look, actually. I just need to scale it down, though. So we need to tile it twice. Maybe 3 times? Yeah, I can't see the loop yet. So I'm kind of just messing around. Let's take this plane and let's throw another material on it. Yeah, this like rubble stuff. Ooh, those are walls. That's cool. Definitely not what we're going for, but this actually might work for the wall. For the sewer. Yeah, it's one of these first two. It's this one and this one. We'll have this tile 4 times maybe. Okay. If I adjust this placement, is it the one that we're using in the foreground? It is the one we're using in the foreground. Okay, so I'm actually going to want to duplicate it. You know what? I'll just throw this other one on here to try and save as much space as possible. So let's duplicate that, or tile it 4 times. So we're scaling it down maybe 3 times? 4 times. 4 times is good. Glossy octane. Let's take the diffuse. Maybe we'll brighten it up a little bit. Color correction node, and we'll take that brightness up to 2 or something, and the saturation down to 0.5. Yeah, that definitely blends now. But if I want it to be more of like a concrete rubble, nah, I like it at 0.5. I think is good. And we'll take the displacement up to 100. Maybe 50. Okay. And the index we can take up to make it a little bit more shiny. And we're cheating it. We're definitely breaking it by doing this. But that's okay. Sweet. Okay, so I want to mix these two. So I'm going to duplicate the plane. And let's go ahead and give each one of these 2 planes the other texture, basically. So I'm going to, if I move this down, you know, it's just that sand. But if I move this up, it's actually the rubble. So I want to have the rubble be a bit more on the top parts and have the sand be more towards the bottom parts. So I think to do that, I'm simply just going to come back into that plane with the rubble and pull down the parts. Let's see, let's pull up the parts. Oh, what's the best way to do this? Switch these around and pull up the parts. How's that backwards? Okay, yeah, flip it around. Okay, and then I'll move this whole thing down. So you can see how it's going from the rubble on the top to the sand on the bottom. And we're transitioning that because I just basically, the displacement of the bricks are a bit more powerful than the displacement of the sand. And I think that'll totally work out. Yeah, you can see how it transitions. It's pretty nice. Terrain domain website. Interesting. Terrain domain website. For large photo scans. Interesting. This is a nice little resource. Thanks to whoever shouted that one out. That's a good one. Sketch, I appreciate you. Sweet. Not bad, not bad. The thin lens, yeah, I think 5.6 was what we were doing. So the foreground is a little hazy there, but I think we can probably do like 8 and be okay, or even 11. It's looking really cool. Yeah, I'm just imagining like steaming piles of stuff, little burning pieces of whatever. I think could be really cool. And maybe these little walls were actually part of this pathway. Maybe there's like a road leading up to the bridge here. Yeah, something that got torn down perhaps. And this sand can probably, let's throw a color correction tag on this sand as well and bring down the saturation. Yeah, I think that feels a little bit better. Because we can always adjust the overall saturation of the entire scene through our camera imager tag, but I would rather have everything kind of match. Like, that's interesting. That's an interesting look. Very interesting. Yeah. But for now, I'll leave it as is. I'm going to hide so many little Easter eggs in here. It's going to be crazy. And it's insane the difference between light and no light. So that's no light, and that's just the HDRI, just a gray image kind of doing its thing there. Let's see if I can get this to shine through. It should. Why isn't it not? There we go. And then with the light, you see how it picks up those reflections? It's all about the light, which I just have chilling, basically. A big old light back here. Big old area light. Frelling, hey dude. Thank you again for the super chat. So what made you get into CG? How long have I been doing it? What's your advice for breaking in the industry? Currently a freelance 3D artist. Okay, so let's see. I got into CG. It was basically when I first started getting into filmmaking, because I started out as a freelance VFX artist. And my friend came over and he showed me how a camera worked and how you could film in this direction, hit cut, film in that direction, hit cut, and the playback, you'd actually see the cut happen, and it blew my mind. It was a little tape recorder camera thing, and that made me get into editing. I had Windows Movie Maker for free on my computer, and that really was like I don't know, what would you call it? The catalyst for me for VFX and for filmmaking is like I can create stuff that I couldn't create any other way. So I used Windows Movie Maker to make little scenes and film stuff. And then I eventually was like, I have all these airsoft guns. I want to add muzzle flashes to it. So I started figuring out how to add little muzzle flashes. I saved a frame out from Windows Movie Maker, brought it into a program called Macromedia Fireworks, which doesn't exist anymore, I don't think. And I like painted it to make it look like a muzzle flash. And then I brought that image back into Windows Movie Maker, and it like totally spliced in. I added the sound effect, and it blew my mind. And then from there, I discovered Video Copilot, and the rest is history. Basically, like I just followed all those tutorials. I learned how to do that. And then 3D was always like the big, like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to composite 3D things into my live action footage. And that is very difficult to do. Sometimes even harder than doing it in full 3D like we're doing right now. Compositing live action and photorealistic 3D is like the pinnacle for me. And it took me years to figure out how to do it, but Sam and Nico helped me. Freddie helped me figure that out. And yeah, I basically just started, I guess my first job was through a friend who saw my stuff, and he's like, your stuff's really good. I have clients. Can you do VFX for them? I said, yes. And I just kept doing jobs with that good friend of mine. His name's Joe. I've talked about him here on the stream before. Joe Cornell. He's a practical effects artist. So he's the one who blows stuff up, makes it look amazing. So yeah, that's basically how I started. And then I started hanging out with Freddie. I just surrounded myself with people that I respected and that inspired me, and kept getting better and better. And the more you hang around the people who inspire you and push you to do a better job, they're just going to push you to do a better job. And stuff will start coming. Post your work. YouTube is certainly a big way that I have like shown the world my work. Instagram, TikTok is all great ways to do that now. ArtStation, Twitter, basically wherever you can post your art and your creations, post it. People will get in contact with you. Make sure that there's a way that people can get in contact with you. So like on my Instagram, I have like my work email, and that's, if people want to get in contact with me, I make it easy for them to do that. So definitely, like, if you're posting your work online, make it easy for people to get in contact with you. Set up a work email or something. And just keep creating cool stuff. Keep creating good art. Keep making the stuff that makes you excited, that gets you excited. Because at the end of the day, like, you're not really going to be able to continue doing something you don't love doing. So yeah, the more you love it, the better off you're going to be. So that's my advice to y'all. Good question. Very good question. I feel like at this point, like I need some buildings in the background, which I'm going to have to I'm going to buy assets for that. There's no way I'm going to make a building. It's just insane. There's enough awesome assets on CG Trader, So I'll definitely do that. I'm going to try something crazy. Let me try something. So I know there's like a train tracks. Yes, here we go. 3D assets. Joseph, what's up, dude? Thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate you. You say you love watching the streams while you work on your alternate realities render. Awesome. Good to hear. Extremely new and having a blast because you make this learning experience fun. Keep being awesome. Thank you. Dude, thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all the freaking sweet support. Yeah. You guys make this a lot more fun than just sitting here doing it myself. I'm glad we can do it together. So I appreciate the support from you guys. It means a lot. All right, what do you guys think about the little railroad thing here going through the middle of this? We can try these. We'll get the 2Ks. And I'll come back. Like I said, I'm always coming back for the larger resolution versions. But I always start with the 2K version because I do not want to bog down my scene too hard quite yet. All right. You got to be very careful about this because my computer will explode. At a certain point, it will explode. Ooh, some sandbags would actually be pretty sweet. Oh, a shovel. I like the rusty shovel. Yeah, I'm gonna just again, I'm gonna favorite all the stuff that I know I'm probably gonna eventually work into my scene. The minecart could be cool, certainly. Frilling, dude, thanks again for the super chat. You guys are very generous. You say very insightful. Thank you. I'm a single gay man, no kids, with an expendable income. Yes, dude. Sweet. Enjoy the stream. It's super inspiring. Yeah, man. So if you got no kids, you're single, and you have expendable income, then heck yeah, dude. That's great. Save your money, okay? Get a little savings going. You gotta build up an emergency fund, and then when your emergency fund is full, you got like 6 months out. Then you start dropping stuff into like the S&P 500. Start doing a little bit of stock action. That's like safe stocks. It goes up 7% every year. Then once you're on that, invest in a little bit of crypto, and then you just kind of expand all that stuff. The expendable income's good, and it looks like you got time. So keep working on your skills and your hobbies. Thanks for the super chat, man. I appreciate you. Much appreciated. Heck yeah. Sandbags. I want sandbags. Yeah, this could be sweet. I want like a fence. That's what I need, is like some sort of fence. But I think I'm going to have to get that on CG Trader. Little freeway thing. I like that. That's cool. All right, let's start exporting some stuff. All right, we got those. I will export. Did I export the minecart? I don't remember. Not yet. Ooh, this is a nice little concrete. These are large. Yeah, let's download these ones. This is what you want. Yeah, I'm probably going to use the kit bash destroyed buildings for sure. Get into some of that. It's just the textures have always been weird for me. Cool. I'm just checking the size of all this stuff. I want to get some larger assets. Cool. All right. Whoa. That's a rubble pile for sure. Nice. This will be good stuff to break up our midground and foreground with. And I'm just kind of randomly placing this stuff right now. The minecart. Let's go ahead and hide the lights so we can see a little bit better. Yeah. The minecart, I don't know, maybe we can tilt that over. Push it back into the scene a little bit. We'll figure that one out, definitely. But the train tracks, yes. Very cool. So maybe this was like some maintenance bridge that brought in like equipment or something. So we could take this. Evolver, yo, he says, I think there needs to be a CG class on business. That's a great idea. How to sell assets, how to make expendable income, how to get passive income, the sleepy money. You know, a little bit of sleepy money never hurt nobody. I agree. Absolutely. I'm learning that stuff right now. Trying to be as smart as possible. When you're on your own, you just gotta do it yourself, you know. So I'm trying to learn as much of that stuff as possible. Okay, let's get our stuff over to our little playground of assets over here. Actually, I'm fine to have this stuff here. But this we can pull over. And let's make instances of these things. So let's do, we'll center that up, and we'll make these instances. And basically, I'm just gonna like kind of build out like a little train track system and push it underground so it's barely visible. And I might even get crazy with it. Flip it upside down. So it's like just the little steps, you know? You could also, depending on how that looks, let's actually, before we get all crazy with it, let's set this up properly. Control drag. And I'm going to take all of these and set it to a render instance. And we'll put it into a null. We'll call this train track. Maybe it's train tracks that go over this thing. Cool. And let's see what this looks like. So it's just a bit too linear for me, which is why I want to push it underground. So let's see if we can't just hint at what's going on here. So that's an option. which is not a bad idea. The other option is to bring it above ground and just scale it down from the top, which I guess we can't do. Maybe we can do it this way. But it looks scaled down. It feels scaled down. Let me take these. The mine cart, the train track. Okay, this is what we need. Glossy octane. Glossy octane. Yeah, there we go. And I think we can probably bring down the intensity of the specular just a little bit. Yeah, something like that. And let's try the other option where we flip it. So a full 180. Oh, that's interesting. It would definitely need to be right side up if we're going to do it this way. It's kind of hard to tell what it is, though, you know? I don't know. It's an idea. I don't hate it enough to throw it out. I kind of like this vibe a little bit, but I'm not quite sure yet. Not quite sure yet. I don't know. Maybe if... Maybe if it's like scaled down instead of 0.2, it's like 0.5. Just barely. I don't know. Maybe. It's all about the subtleties. Very, very subtle. Like, I already feel like there's too much in the foreground at this point, but, you know, we'll get there. This guy feels a little too... Let's see. Where is this? Geometry, retaining wall. It just feels a little too saturated for me. I'm going to try and find it here. Here we go. Concrete. So I'm going to get up in that diffuse, and we'll take the saturation down to like 0.5 or something. Awesome. Awesome. So this is how we're going to do the fog to keep things a little bit more possible on the render. You know what I mean? Derek, thank you, sir, for the super chat. He says, hey, Clint, awesome seeing your work being done live. I just recently started getting into 3D rendering and animation, and your work has been huge inspiration for me. Keep it up, man. You keep it up, dude. Thank you. I'm glad that we're all getting into this together. You guys are awesome. And Frelling, dude, again, with the super chat, once again, you have no savings since you took a gamble and went to art school in California with all the info. Now you can learn for free. I agree with L on making money. I don't know what L said, but yeah, man, art school's a gamble for sure. Yeah, before you have a savings, got to get that debt paid off. That's the number one thing, is get that debt paid off. And then you get that savings going, and you just go from there. But good luck to you, man. Seriously, good luck to you. I know it can be a lot to deal with. Art school's a lot, especially in California. College is a lot. So hang in there, man. Just keep it up. Keep getting that money out to pay off that debt. Best of luck to you. All right, back to it. This is looking really cool. I might take this and have it be revealed. All right, let's mess with this giant concrete pile. All right, so glossy octane. Let's mess with the specularity. Do I have the wrong thing? Yeah, here we go. Okay. Glossy octane. All right, now you take that specular down just a little bit. We don't want it to be too intense. I do want it to feel like it kind of had just rain. One dead duck. The bridge should grow underneath as he walks. That's a good suggestion. I'm probably gonna keep it there, I think. Because I want the world, I guess I don't want the sci-fi to come from stuff morphing and growing around him. Yeah, it's a very specific thing, right? That's a good suggestion though. It would be sweet. Maybe have boots that reach down into the pit that allow him to step over it or something. That could be cool. But thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you, dude. Always. All right, and then there's the second rubble pile. Sweet. Okay. So how do we want to position these ones? I could go into the background here. Since they're larger rubble piles, this might actually just be best kind of back here. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, definitely want to make an instance of it if I'm duplicating it. Okay, something like that. And I'm probably gonna make it a little bit brighter. Nice. Mr. Clay, thank you. I don't know if you're still around here, man, but I'm glad you hung out as well. Good to see you, man. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. And best of luck on your render. Sweet. Okay, I like this. Oh, wait, I gotta do it from the instance. I keep forgetting. I gotta do it from the instance. I'm kind of just like capping off the little top of these rubble piles with larger rubble. We have this pile here, which looks actually pretty nice right there. And I'm wondering if maybe we could bring it up into the foreground as well. Which we'll definitely need the 8K version for. And I'm wondering if I could maybe sneak it in like... Nah, it's not really adding much. I know I definitely like it back here. So I'm going to make an instance of it so we can start moving that around. Frelling, thanks again, dude. Awesome. You say, I guess you can call me a super fan at this point. Heck yeah. Rock on, dude. Save that money. Get that savings going. But I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. It means a lot. All right, so I guess to scale this up, we need to do it through here. 1.5. 1.5. And maybe we get rid of that one. Yeah, that looks cool. Sweet. Yeah, that's really nice. And we'll duplicate it again. And I'm just kind of shaping out this little area. And maybe we can like scale it lengthwise just to try and get like some different looks and shapes here. You gotta be very careful to not like. Yeah, it's a little tough because you can tell it's the same asset. So I really have to like make sure I shift it around enough. Nice. Okay, that's not bad. Jacob Dalton. What's going on? Jacob Dalton. Wait, I know a Jacob with a last name maybe Dalton. Is this the same Jacob Dalton that I definitely have met before? You say having your stream going while I'm working is always awesome. Thank you. Also, congrats on starting your new solo journey. Cheers, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man. I'm pretty sure this is the Jacob I know. I just want to confirm though, because if so, then you're freaking awesome, dude, and I really appreciate it. I mean, regardless, you're awesome for helping me out with a little donation. It means a lot. But if you're the Jacob that I think you are, then I hope to see you at NAB this year. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Oh man, yeah, this is looking cool. I like these. The rubble pile in the back is what it's all about. If you're going off of like, let's actually switch it out for this one. And throw it in the back here. So in nature, if you guys look at nature, like a big rock face, for instance, you'll see that the larger rocks are like up towards the top, and then they break down into smaller rocks as you get down towards the bottom. So that's kind of what I'm doing here is like the large pieces of rubble are up top, and as you get down towards the bottom of the pile, the rubble starts to get smaller and smaller. And it is the same Jacob. I knew it. What's up, dude? Heck yeah. Very talented. You just finished your THX? THX? That's the sound design company, right? THX. I think that's it. Yeah, you just finished that render, which is freaking nuts. Congrats on that. And you just did a Rocket League thing too. Yeah, Jacob did a crazy Rocket League animation for their new, like a new announcement for like new Rocket League stuff. And it looks so good. I was so hyped on it. All right, let's try and boost the specularity of these larger ones. Yes. Sweet. This looks really good. Yeah, I'm very happy with this look right now. Heck yeah. Let's hit Megascans for some more goodness. Yeah, these ones, where are they? These worked out. Like, those are some quality assets right there. The rubble pile, my goodness. Let's go to their rubble and see what else they have. I think we've done this before. Cement rubble is good foreground stuff. Maybe I'll try this one, this concrete rubble pile. And let's export the 2K. Again, we can always update it. Cool, let's take this glossy octane and definitely take down the highlights on that. It's absolutely insane. And I think we can also take down the saturation to like 0.5 or something. My face guy, yo, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the super chat. Very nice of you. He says, hey man, it's nice to see you working on this again. I was wondering if you knew any communities where I could post some renders and get feedback. Oh, dude, have I got the answer for you? Love you, man. I wish you the best for you and Corridor. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Yeah, dude, I got a Discord server. It's in the description down below. I don't know if you're part of it, but yeah, we have a showcase room. We have works in progress. Basically everything that you're going to need. We have like 20K plus people on that Discord server, who watch the stream here every single week. And they're very, very helpful and will definitely help you out and give you some advice on your renders. I mean, yeah. I can't believe you don't know about the Discord server, dude. Yeah, it's a good time. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. What am I going to do with this concrete pile? It's kind of like a very specific thing, isn't it? And it kind of covers up, like, I don't know, maybe I'll push it back here or something. Very small thing. I could scale it up and kind of like lower it just a little bit. I don't know if that's doing much for me, to be honest with y'all. Maybe we try back here. And I'll save a new version, because I want to be able to do a breakdown of this like I did last time for y'all. So I want to save those different iterations and different versions. I'm not digging this too much. I might be able to use this later somewhere else perhaps, but I don't know if it's really vibing right now. Yeah, I don't know how much that's giving me. I think I'll just move it over to our little asset pile that we got going on. Or you can get really, really tricky with it and get it like right up in frame. Like a real subtle kind of a thing here. But nah, I don't really like that, to be honest with y'all.
So yeah, I'll just keep it back here with our stuff. Hmm. Yes, it's okay to delete the floor. Nazanex. It is okay. Clearly, you have seen that I have replaced my floor with, you know, stuff. I'm not using the original floor. All right, let's see. Let's group this up again. This will be our props. More props. This is our rubble prop stuff. Awesome. Rubble piles. Oh, yes. And the train tracks. Sweet. Dang, I wonder if there's any like matrix pillars, like broken matrix pillars. You know what I mean? DKK, yo, dude. No, not DKK. That's the currency. Coldbeck, yo, thank you for the super chat. No message, no message needed. Just the straight up support, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Awesome, awesome. Y'all are great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know if any of this stuff works. Maybe these pillars could work to support the bridge. Let's see, how many points do I have left? I'm just hiding this because my email is visible. Oh, I'm still good. I'm still good. Ooh, this is nice. This is nice. Concrete pillars. Ceiling beam. Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Man, I feel like the foreground is feeling pretty good. I definitely want to add some plants though. And I think I'll do that at a later point. All right, might as well get up in here and add some detail in the corners of this thing. Let's see what the trash piles got. Let's hit those trash piles. Trash bags. That could be interesting. Oh, this is good. Yeah, trash piles. This kind of stuff. Small garbage pile. Garbage edge. Yes. Yes. Oh, wow. Old records. Very cool. Yeah, this is all good stuff. Broken glass. Super solid. Debris paper. So this is when you would use these for, honestly, these are best to use in Unreal Engine. And they're really janky to use in Cinema 4D. I wish they were easier. So maybe I started with like a little layer. Some sort of material layer, like a rubble, rubble floor or something. We kind of have that going on already, but let's download this. And I'm actually going to leave it. I believe I'm going to leave it. Whoa. Nah, let's take the 4K version over. Export that. All right. And I think the way to go about this, let's see. Let's select one of these floors here. Go into the ground, the foreground, chunky mud. Let's duplicate it, Control D. And I'm going to make this, let's see, am I going to make this editable? Let's first add the texture to the material. And I'll set it to cubic. And I think that is good for now. Let's hop into the camera. All right, so obviously it's too dark. Let's go glossy octane, which makes it insane. The index is cranked. 1.3 is your kind of your baseline. And it's a little intense, so I'll bring the specularity down. Something like that. Okay. And let's see if we can't make this a little smaller. Tile it a couple more times, maybe 2 and 2. Okay. And I just want this to work only in the corners here. So I'm going to drop this. Let's drop this down. And only on the edges will I raise it up. So I think what we can do here is make this edit. Well, actually, here. It's the best way to do this. All right, it has a displacer on it. So let's get rid of the displacer. We might need this actually in a second. So let me see about this. I only want these 2 strips. So I'm actually going to make this editable. Hit UL, grab those 2 strips, UI to invert and delete. So I just have this like one long strip here. Let's center up the axis. There we go. So I have this one long strip of like corner mud essentially that we're going to lift up in specific little parts, okay? So we can take that, let's get the displacer back. So we have a little bit of granular detail. I'm gonna actually go ahead and select all of this and subdivide it. So US will subdivide, and I think that it will be okay for now. And I'll take the noise map that is on our displacer. Let's make it a little smaller. Yeah, so it's just kind of like coming up and down in parts. And then let's make it a little smaller, -3. So it's very subtle. And then what I'm going to do is start pulling some pieces. Let's actually take all of these edges here on the right side, and I'm gonna just deselect all of this stuff. And I do want soft selection enabled, but the radius is too large. So something like that. Basically what I'm gonna do is like have this just kind of like scoop up into the concrete there. And I need to make sure I deselect all this stuff. Cool. So let's move the whole thing underground. And we'll go back to edge mode and bring up those edges. And you see what I mean? Grab the whole thing, push it underground. And then let's push it out a little bit. So it kind of ramps up into it just a bit, which is nice. And bring it down. And then we'll change the, let's change the type to bell. So it's, or maybe it's dome. What is it? No, it's bell. And let's take the radius even lower. And then we'll take the whole thing up. So I'm trying to get it like as level with the ground as possible. And then just have it kind of scoop up into view there. Obviously we need to drop it here. So I'll just start selecting the points where it needs to go down. We'll pull that down there. And just have it ramp up just on the edge. And let's go grab the specular, make it a little bit more shiny. Sweet. Okay, so this will be our like edge mud. And you can see the before and after. If I were to store the render buffer, and take it away, on the bottom right, you can see the difference, how it's not just, you know, a freaking concrete brick hanging out anymore. It's actually, there's like a mud layer that's kind of ramping up into that because the mud will collect on the areas in the corner there. It's going to pull up. So that's exactly what we're doing, is giving it a little bit more detail, and that goes all the way into the background there, which I think looks really nice. But I do like this little bit of highlight here that we're missing, so maybe I'll pull that down. Just over here, so the edge mud. Yeah, it's like all this stuff here we can bring down. Yeah, there we go. Totally works. So yeah, just this little piece here, this little strip, helps us add a lot more detail back into our scene. Now, it's going to be nice to actually, you know, get some trash pieces up in the corners there too. So I might scour this a little bit more for some small pieces of trash that we can easily scatter. So let's go to 3D assets, and we'll go to street, and I don't know, sidewalk? Is that gonna be trash here? Probably not. Props, nature, industrial, props, trash. Here we go. I don't know. What trash would be there? I don't really know. Coldbeck, yo, back again, man. Thank you for the super chat. You have the utmost respect for me leaving my dream job for pursuing my dreams. Must be a scary time to go through. Cheers from Denmark, man. Thank you so much. I mean, honestly, like, yes, it was scary leaving Corridor. But there's just so much stuff that I want to do that it made more sense to leave. Like, I want to pursue my YouTube channel full time, which obviously you guys know I've been doing for the last couple months. A feature film as well, which is going. I'm very excited about that. Some short films, more CG art. Like, I'm just excited for a lot of fun stuff. So it makes the most sense, but I really appreciate you supporting and offering those kind words. Absolutely. Yeah, it is scary. Certainly is scary, but it's 2 months after the fact, and it's really paying off. So it's just exciting. It is honestly just exciting. Whereas before it was a mix of excitement and nervousness, but now it's just pure excitement. So it's fantastic. Like, I couldn't ask for anything better. So thanks for asking. Yeah, appreciate it, man. All right, the scene's feeling pretty cool. It's pretty freaking sweet. I am feeling very happy about our foreground. It's just like the second half obviously I need to really work on this gutter system. I don't know if I like it entirely. There's like 20% of me that is probably gonna remove it. I don't know. 15% of me wants to remove it and just go back to I don't know, some sort of ground plane. Maybe some wooden boards that go over like a muddy landslide that goes down into a giant pit. Like maybe that would be cool. But I just have such little room to work with back here that it makes it difficult. Yeah, I'm not quite sure yet. It's getting bright, huh? Turn this down. But I'm feeling good about this. I think once we get some buildings up in here, it'll look really cool. And then I think the thing that'll make it kind of stand out and not as cliche, because like there's just a ton of movies and art that's post-apocalyptic. I want to add as much greenery as possible to make it truly beautiful, and maybe add in some like fallen robots. I think some fallen robots could be really cool. Let me go back to my reference. Oh man, this is just so cool. So cool. I wouldn't know how to get this look unless it was like Substance Painter. But man, is that a really, really crazy place. My God. Same here. You got a crazy dude unicycling. Oh, that's a good touch. Look at these little like barbed wire pieces sticking out from the concrete. That's a really good touch. I think I'm going to do that right now. Ethala, thank you for the super chat. So excited to see what you make next. Hi from Atlanta. Yo, what part of Atlanta are you from? I have family up there. My parents are actually still in Georgia. That's awesome. Thanks for the chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, like maybe on the other side of this wall, you'll have some of those like little spikies. Ninja X Spy X Alchemist. Dude, much appreciated. You say, man, you're awesome. It's because of you I got back into the game. And by the way, welcome to the Unreal family. Been watching your stuff. Thanks for being an idol. Dude, absolutely, man. However I can help. I'm just excited that I can help y'all out and like we can do this fun stuff together. My next plan is to make a Photoreal render in Unreal Engine and give you guys the full breakdown of how I did it. So I'm very excited to do that as well. It's such a powerful program. I almost did this render in Unreal Engine, but yeah, I kind of chickened out. I kind of chickened out just a little bit. Ooh, you're in Woodstock, the one from Kroger. I'm the one from Kroger. Wait, the one who knew my brother? That? You mean that one? Interesting. I love Woodstock. The tea house down there is amazing. Copper Coin is my favorite coffee shop down there for sure. Okay. Where do I go from here? Yeah, I mean, I could try those little scattered pipe pieces in here. Ethala, that's crazy. You randomly met my brother at Kroger. That is so cool. He got you into crypto. That's awesome. That made me so excited. I forget what happened. Did he send me that? You sent me that message on YouTube, and I showed that to my brother, and he's like, "Yep." It's so crazy. All right, so for these little rebar pieces, I'm almost wondering if it's gonna be easiest to just model them myself. So let's just give that a shot. I'm gonna make a cylinder, and I'll bring it next to my character so I can actually see the scale of it. And let's go ahead and how do we want to do this? The height, probably something like that. Yes. Here we go. Okay. We don't need as many segments, rotation segments. 12 maybe? I don't know, maybe even 8. 10? Sure. Okay. I'll just say 0. I'm gonna add these by hand. Okay, so we'll make that editable. And then we'll do, let's see. Let's just try it like this. We can always add more later. But you know what? No, we're gonna need this to twist it up a little bit. So KL, let's just solo it. Holding shift, I'll make one click and then add a couple little points where we can twist it just a little bit. So that should be good there. And then I'll simply just make a couple of these. So one of them will be straight like this. Definitely got to bevel my edges. Always bevel those edges. MS, I believe. Yep. Nice beveled edge there. Cool. And we will, how are we gonna do this? Let's make a couple duplicates. So one of them, we'll make like 5 different ones. Little rebar pieces. And I'm just gonna kind of select these little bits here and move them around. And kind of make it a little askew. Yep, something like that. And back to the reference where we got the idea from. Yeah, I feel like that should be good, honestly. One of them can just be kind of rotated in a general direction. Same for this one. Just rotate that one off. And then we'll take all that stuff, reset PSR. Cool. Oh, I guess for these last two, since we want these to be rotated randomly a little bit, we'll go one like that, and then I'll just zero out the gizmo. And same for this one, I'll rotate it a little bit and then reset the PSR so it's kind of off a little bit. Yeah, cool. So we'll take all of those and let's get out of the solo mode. Let's take all of those and wait for our scene to reload. Sweet. Basically make a wall of these little spiked pieces. So holding Control Alt, I'll pop it into a cloner. I'll move the cloner out here towards this wall. We can rotate it 90 degrees. And we can tell these pieces to only be maybe 50 centimeters apart. So they're pretty abundant. And they're just kind of sticking out of the wall here. And I want these to, let's see. Let's take the cloner 3 by 3 by 1 and let's make them a random. And we'll set it to a render instance. Maybe even multi-instance is fine. Push them into the wall. And we can say, let's see, let's really duplicate these. And the secret to making things not look so uniform is a couple things. The cloner, yeah, we'll definitely need to set to random. Multi-instance, grid array is fine. And let's just make sure this is actually... Andre, hey man, thank you very, very much for the generous super chat. That is very, very generous of you. You say, you've been following since Cardboard Warfare. My God, dude, that is a long time ago. That's like before 2009. That's almost 2008. That's crazy. That's about 12 years. Your endless creativity has never ceased to inspire me. I'm doing lots of Unreal cinematics now for films and games. Heck yeah. Do you ever do one-on-ones? If so, would love to geek out together over Unreal. Sweet, man. I am what's the word? I forget the word. Yeah, man. That's great. That's amazing. I don't do one-on-ones yet. I might do one. I might do them. I don't know yet. It just depends on like, I don't know, man. Shoot me an email. Like I'm at if you go to my Instagram, which is in the description of this video, you can email me there. So it'll go right to my email. And yeah, man. Let's chat it up. Very generous of you, man. Thank you so much. And it's cool that you're doing that stuff in Unreal for games and movies. That's legit. That's what I want to be doing. But for my own, maybe making my own movies, my own games, make them look cool. But anyway, let's get back to this cloner, and let's give it some randomized rotation. Oh, it's because those are hidden. That's why. That's why. All right, so let's take out the position for now. We'll push the cloner into the wall. And we will randomly adjust the position 1 by 1. So left and right, just a little bit. In and out, just a little bit. Up and down, just a little bit. And it's the rotation that'll really kind of help us out here. So randomly just going to rotate these guys. And that'll get us like a nice, really cool look there. 2, 2. Yeah. And we can give it just like a general, I don't know, material, nothing special. Octane glossy, just a dark, I don't know. Dark brown? What are they in the reference? Kind of a dark brown. It's really hard to tell. All right. With a bit of roughness on it. Yeah. And that's like a very nice, very subtle touch. Sweet. And I'm wondering maybe we can have it stack 4 times and crunch it down. Sweet. Heck yeah. Yo, Juicy, thank you for answering that question. Yeah, I have my computer specs in the description of the video. Very nice. Maybe we get some of those sandbags. I want to definitely do some like barbed wire fence and stuff. Jim Rice, yo, dude. Thank you, sir. So you've learned a lot through this contest. That's the point, man. Heck yeah. That is absolutely the point. We want to learn as much as possible. Your work has been a huge motivation for everything I've learned through the years. Thank you. Dude, thank you. You guys, man, so supportive. Like, they're not even questions. They're just like, they're just support. It's just support. And that means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Freaking awesome. Jim Rice, 18, holding it down. All right. Man, this is a freaking mud fest up in here. Dang, we have 4 hours. That's legit. We're doing it for real. I really like this piece. I might bring this out. I feel like it's a little dark though. No, I definitely don't want to block what's going on into the background there. So I got to be very careful about my placement of this piece. And in fact, I'm just gonna not worry about it. Andre, again with the super chat. My goodness, thank you. Yeah. Email it is sweet. You and your brother often work together. Very cool. And he has some mutual friends in my film circle. Nice. My name has popped up. He's a DP. There's a chance our paths will cross someday. Dude, very sick. Yeah, shoot me an email. That would be awesome. I'd love to figure out who we both know. That's cool. Thank you for the support, man. I appreciate it. All right. Yeah, I feel like a chain link, some sort of chain link fence or barbed wire or something could be really cool, especially in the foreground. Man, what a great movie. Children of Men. If you guys have never seen this movie, it's insane. I'm just trying to find inspiration. Some little fire pits and stuff could be cool. But I don't know. I feel like I'm going to do that in After Effects. A barrel. I need a barrel, dude. Yeah, I need a barrel. Okay. Export that 2K. Awesome. I'm definitely going to add stuff into the canal. I need to lay down the base layer. And I'm not going to do that today. Just because the base layer is going to take me a lot of like trial and error to get right. I might actually go and like photo scan some stuff to get that correct, but we'll see. All right, rusted barrel. Very nice. And I'll add this to the asset list that we have. And I'll make an instance of it. Awesome. And this might be something I replace with like a more colorful barrel later down the line. I'm just, I'm not really sure yet. I'm more concerned about the placement of all this stuff. Interesting. My dying channel. Thanks, dude. This challenge teaches you more than school. Heck yeah, that means a lot. I really think you can learn a lot for free just by doing it, you know? So I think that's awesome. And I hope you're learning a lot. It sounds like you are. So that's great. All right, so yeah, maybe the barrel is like something for the back here. Sweet, very subtle. Very subtle. Which is the way I like it. And maybe in the background there's something? Potentially? Maybe like back here somewhere? I want to like try and have a cluster of barrels back here or something. Sweet. Awesome. I like that. Man, I got a lot of work done today on the stream. It's crazy. It feels pretty sweet to me. I still have a lot more work to do, but I don't know if you guys remember me talking about how like I'm not happy with what I'm making yet, but I'm happy now. I think it looks good. It's just this part needs more love, you know? We definitely gave a lot of work to the foreground here and the intro of the shot. And it's just going to take time to build out the second half of this. There's basically there's like 6 quadrants. There's this left side in the first half in the foreground. There's the back bits here, which is another quadrant. There's this gutter, which is a full quadrant. There's all the background on the right side, and then there is the giant massive hole. So, and then there's the background once we get to it, but yeah, lots going on. Definitely a lot of good stuff going on here. And we still have 2 more weeks, I think. I believe so. I'm pretty sure we got like 2 weeks on this. June 1st is the deadline. Definitely going to do a high quality render here. Yeah. But I think I'm going to call it, guys. I'm going to call it right here. So for the next 10 minutes, I'll just answer some questions you guys might have. Hang out with y'all. Thanks for chilling with me. We got 500 people still up in here. Mr. Jar, you're wondering how I balance telling a story versus adding detail to my scene. How do I make something that stays in the mind of the viewer? How do I make something that stays in the mind of the viewer without overwhelming them in 5 seconds? Yeah, okay, good question. So right now I'm kind of just making what looks cool. And then I'm going to do a few different iterations on it. I think the best way to go is to like not say you're done when you think you're done, but really that's your first step. So once I complete the look of this whole thing, I'm going to take a step away, take a break, and then really start working on story and focusing the eye of the viewer. So I'm going to like work on the placement of all this stuff again. Right now I'm just getting it roughed in. Everything's kind of basically roughed in to a point where I really like it. And then I'm going to come back through and start adding the story moments, you know, and really like figuring out the story. Right now I was just deep into physical placement of all the stuff. And then we'll start working on story. Like, what is the character doing? What does the character look like? Where's the character going? Like, what's the deeper story with everything? So I kind of figure that stuff out as I kind of get towards the end of my thing. For this render specifically. Now, I did make a mock-up render that I can show you guys. And you know, my rough idea for the story is to kind of place some fallen robots, some like really large robots that have fallen down here, so you can tell there's some sort of war. And then have the character stepping through the scene and like growing all these plants and stuff as the character goes. So that's kind of my rough story right now. So it's not just like a sad, war-torn scene. It's like, oh no, there's gonna be hope because there's gonna be new growth and all that good stuff, you know. But that comes much later. Right now I'm just laying the building blocks. So I've successfully, you know, I wouldn't say fully detailed out the foreground, but I have gotten the foreground to like a good 80%. And then from there, it's just like pushing and pulling little things, adding things, taking things away, you know. You definitely don't want to overwhelm the viewer. I think the first frame should make the viewer say, wow. And then from there, you know, they'll focus on the story element. So it can certainly be a lot. In 5 seconds, it can be a lot. But I would just do what feels right for you. Tell the story you want to tell, and have fun with it. I like to pack my stuff full of detail. So I like it when viewers watch the thing again and notice new stuff. So I think that's fun. Marcus Pearson, thank you for the super chat. Just taking the opportunity before I finish. Keep up with the grind. Heck yeah, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Thanks for checking out the stream and learning something new. This was a really chill one. At least it felt chill for me. Maybe these all need to be chill. All right. What else do we have here? Do I watch a lot of courses? Yeah, I'm trying to learn as much as possible. I'm constantly on Grayscale Gorilla, learning as much as I can from them. I'm watching all the Quixel stuff. I like to buy courses. Joe Garth has a real good environment course for Unreal Engine, which I've been going through. Winbush has a really good Unreal Engine course. David Ariev has a really good Octane course. But at a certain point, like when I first started learning, I was just watching so much because I didn't know that much. Now I'm watching a little bit. I'm just watching less so because I've learned it. And not to say that I know it all, but I've learned all the stuff that I need, or I learned enough to be able to create the stuff that you guys saw today. I don't have to Google it, you know. I'm saving other things for let's see, what am I saving? What am I trying to say? I will definitely be looking up tutorials to finish out my render. Absolutely. Yeah, like there's gonna be a lot of like dynamic rope stuff that I'll probably be messing with. I don't know, like I'm gonna be looking at more reference for the bridge and stuff. At this point, I don't know what I don't know. I'm gonna be watching more tutorials, learn as much as you guys can. Do I usually render everything myself, or have I used the render farm? I usually render everything myself. I've never used the render farm. Depending on how long this render takes, I may do so. We shall see. What else do we got here? What are my tips on realistic texturing? Well, one thing I'm doing in my render here is using a light in the background to get this reflective kind of a look right here, which you see in this reference on the walls. You see this on the walls? You get that nice reflection. If there wasn't a big old light up here, you wouldn't be getting this stuff. So that's definitely one thing that helps with the realism. If I were to take that light off, it would just, my scene wouldn't look as nice. Yeah, it just kind of looks like it just needs more, you know, it needs a little something. I might take the light down depending. You know, maybe even it out just a little bit or something, but it was at 15 before, which I think is a little much. 10 is a good middle ground. But yeah, what do I do for realistic stuff? Honestly, I just use RD textures. I use a lot of Quixel Megascans. That helps me. All that stuff looks super good. Obviously, you can see here, like I didn't do any texturing manually. I'll bust that out when I need to, but yeah, for this giant scene, the focus is more on composition, lighting, storytelling, visual interest, like all that stuff, color, creativity of the scene, less so modeling and detailing custom things for every little piece, you know, like those are more my close-ups. I'll do that for that kind of stuff. What else do we got? D-Soodle, straight up just the support. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. Professor, why the 300 frames? So because my render is going to be the start of this whole render montage, I extended it 2 times. Don't do this. I just want 150 frames from you guys. You can extend your render later if you want, but I need 150 frames from you guys. No more, no less, okay? I'm a special case, obviously, because, yeah, my render's going to start it and it's going to end it. So I want to set the tone for a little longer than 5 seconds is why I have 300 frames. So don't extend yours. Keep yours 150, please. Eric is learning fluid sims because of the challenge. Heck yeah. Very cool. I'm not on that level. I'm not on the fluid sim level. So good luck to you. Heck yeah. Can I react to your works in progress on Twitter?
I think so. Maybe. I just don't want any personal info. Well, actually, here, you guys are seeing my face right now. Let me pull up Twitter. All right, let's see. What do we got? I don't know if there's much to react to. Besides, these are all hilarious ideas. Let's see. Give me a second here. So Levi has got this one. Pretty sweet. I like the use of the circle. I think you did a good job here. But you got a little Saturn ring action going. I like that a lot. And then the character's on a treadmill. That's funny. I think you should put him like... You can change the arms. All right, you can move the arms. So you can probably have the character holding on to the treadmill. I would do that. That would, I think, be a bit more natural. This one's great. This is Miyazaki style. So this one, my only note on this is I feel like there is no depth. I feel like you need to add something like fog to give your scene more depth, because the feeling I'm getting is that everything is kind of like meshing together. All your colors and your tones are meshing together. It probably doesn't help that I'm colorblind, but like, let's see, how would I would ask yourself, what's that black void in the back in that circle? Like, could you maybe have it be a bright light source, perhaps? Or maybe it's a tunnel that goes back into the background. You know, I would just kind of play with your lighting a little bit more to differentiate your foreground and your background. That would be my advice for this one. Otherwise, it's really nice. I love all the Japanese hiragana characters floating up in the background. It's a really interesting scene, and I like how you have some foreground stuff, some like grass and stuff going there. I think it's very nice. Dude, I mean, well, Willie, let's just be honest. Like, Willie's gonna freaking crush this thing. Dude, look at this guy. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. There's so much going on. What is going on? Yes. Yes, the cape and the freaking McDonald's wagon with the trash truck. Oh my goodness. What is that? He's got custom clothes. Oh my goodness. Dude, this guy's going to town. Yep, see the fog? Look at that. That's a great example. Great example. You see how the fog adds? So here, the scene blends together. It's hard to tell foreground, background, all that stuff. But when you put the fog in, boom, it breaks it up and it adds depth to your scene. I'm able to tell the difference between the foreground and the background. Good God. Amazing. Amazing. Super cool. Yeah, it looks like he's almost done. That's really awesome. What else do we have here? Oh, whoa. Very creepy. Very creepy. I don't even know. I would say, like, the black background. I'm wondering if you can have something for the black background. It's very interesting. Very creative, abstract kind of a world here. What would I say about this? What do I have to say about this? I like your simple colors. Simple colors are very cool. I feel like the giant vertebrae that the character's walking through, you can probably add a bit more detail to those.
And yeah, the black background, I'd probably add something to the black background. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. It's just crazy. I never would have thought of anything like this. So I think it's very cool. Oh, we got a battlefield scene here. Whoa. Interesting. I would say for this one, I would have that explosion go off right at the beginning of the shot. I think that sphere is missing for a little too long from the scene. Because remember, we want to keep the sphere. So I'd set your explosion off right at the beginning. But I love the tracers. I love the body drag. That's very good. One note is that he starts dragging the body at frame 0. I feel like you need some pre-frames. You need like a little bit of drag beforehand. You know what I mean? So I'd get that going. Your fire's nice. Your frame rate on your fire is looks like 24 frames a second. The render's 30. So I would up your frame rate on the fire to 30 frames a second. What else? There's something going on in the background too. It's lighting up the environment. Oh, that's crazy. It's pretty sweet. Is that a Terminator head? It is a Terminator head. Yo, maybe you need more of that. I like that's a very very subtle story point that I feel like I need a little bit more of. I think you can mix that up a little bit. I like it a lot. I'm just going through. I haven't even read the chat yet. Are you guys good? Sweet. Oh, this one. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this. It's easier to tell on the video. I need the videos. That's cool. Very interesting. The eyeball. That's cool. Yo, this one is sick. For some reason, it's interlaced. You got to get that progressive render, son. But I love it. Yeah, you got the arm movement. You change the arm. Oh, very cool. I like your colors too. Very, very nice. Very fun. Oh, notice your snow. Your snow starts. It's not in the beginning. It starts halfway through the shot. I would definitely start your snow at the beginning of the shot. Have it going from frame 1. So you need to basically have like some pre-frames to the simulation. Very cool. Whoa, this is awesome. Very cool. I don't know what is going. Is that a mushroom? Oh, it's supposed to be a big old mushroom in the back. Interesting. I like your little cart. That's fun. Very fun. I would add a little bit of variety to the grass. Definitely a little bit of variety to the grass, and maybe a little hill over here in the back just to break up the background just a little bit. Your clouds look really good. What else? I want to know who's in this. Like, does this person live in this thing? That's so cool. I would just add more hanging stuff, more plants and stuff to it. But this is getting into the creative. Like, I don't want to get you ideas, you know. I love it. Oh, what? Dude, that looks crazy. I'm excited for that. Just try and make sure you keep that spherical shape. It looks like you're doing a pretty good job of it here. Whoa. This is crazy. This is freaking crazy. I love it. I freaking love it. Like, I don't know what there is to say about this. You're keeping the sphere and you're keeping the character. It looks like your character is moving up and down, and try and keep them on a level field there. Maybe you can add lightning strikes instead of explosions so you can see the lightning strikes coming in. But maybe you are doing that. It's just a little hard to tell. That's fun. I like that. And we see how far this one has come. Sweet.
This one. Yeah, you guys might recognize this one. This is from let's see, I forget what this guy's name. Mark, I think. Yeah, Mark. This was an example that I posted in today's video. I actually, if you guys don't know, I released a video at 9 a.m. this morning talking about how to replace the character mesh. Little C4D quick tip. And this was one of the examples. I love this. This is super cool. Great use of atmosphere and wind. Really solid. And I love the light attached to the head. That's so good. Ooh, this is fun. Okay, so definitely don't blur out the frame at the end. Definitely don't do that. We need all frames visible. This is so good. I love the setting though. This is another note though, is like try and have the wolf being pulled from frame 1. I know it's difficult. You need to do some like pre-frames on it. But I love what you did here with the costume and the samurai sword. I think it's really cool. And I love your spherical element up top. Really nice. Good color too. All right, back to the top. Let's see if I got any more since we started doing this. Oh my God, yes. Yes, yes. Dude, freaking Oreos. Oh my God. Why? Like, not there's anything wrong with it. I'm just like, why of all like things was it Oreos? Was it inside joke that you have with Oreos? Or do you just freaking love Oreos? That's hilarious. That's so good. That's really fun. That's awesome. Oh man. This is sweet. Yes. Oh, I love this so much. Dark Souls. Dark Souls. Yes. I guess first just be careful. 150 frames. Watch that black frame popping in and out. I would give these guys in the background on the right a little bit more animation, perhaps. Like, you got your guy praying here in the foreground. That's so good. Ah, I love this. Your moon is fantastic. And the fog and the bodies. Graveyard. This one is solid. I feel like experiment with a lantern. Experiment with a little lantern hanging from this. Maybe these guys in the background have some lanterns. But that could be something fun to do. First version. What you got? Whoa. Dude, what? Whoa. Oh my God. That's so cool. Wow. That's amazing. This reminds me of Eric's like, I just love my Oreos, dude. Yeah, that's freaking great. I can tell. This reminds me of that one movie. Who plays Black Widow? It was like she was an alien, and like people would just pop and their clothes would. You guys probably know what I'm talking about. But this is amazing. I'm just blown away at how you have these strands like attaching to the character's arms, holding them back. And you have the fluid sims going too. That's so cool. Man, yeah, keep going on this. Keep going on this. This is amazing. Can't wait to see more of that. This is sick. Good lighting. Very good lighting. I'm just curious, what is this thing up here? Is a ship that is flying by in the background? I feel like it would be a little bit more in the fog. Same for this guy up here. I feel like the planet would be a little bit more in the fog. But I like your ground. This looks like an Unreal render. Oh, hey, Jamil, good to know. Okay, so Unreal got an update. There's an update if you're on the Discord server. Please go there. The character is in the wrong spot. So there's an update for the Unreal Engine file that will fix that, okay? You see how far away the character is here? The character's head from the sun? You see that? Compared to this one down here? If you look at these two, You can see the distance here is not that far, but here it's further. And there's an easy fix in the Discord server. The alternate realities info channel will tell you how to do that. You just need to type in a couple numbers. That's it. Yeah. Oh, yo, I'm getting some good ones here. Sweet. Ooh, this one's cool. Keep it up. Keep it up. Yeah. I'm imagining like some sand dunes for sure. Obviously, it's a work in progress. But keep it up. This is amazing. I would add some like mountains, little mesas probably in the background. So it looks like it's kind of like a sunset type of lighting. And I like your spherical element. I think it's really nice. It looks like he's carrying something. I can't quite tell what it is, but I feel like you got a little story element going. I like that. Yo. Sweet. Nice work with the ground dust. Very nice work with the ground dust. It's hard to tell what he's dragging. So I might bring that up into frame a little bit more. Very difficult to tell what the person's dragging. But there's the crashed spaceship back there, which looks cool. Definitely I would throw in a starry background. And use which Transformers starts on the moon? It's one of the Transformers movies that starts on the moon. Use that as reference. Because that's like the freaking ILM best of version of the moon shot. So look at that for stylization and all that good stuff. What else do we got? Ooh, I love this. Oh, I love this. This is so good. Your lighting is fantastic. You're doing a really good job of splitting up the foreground and the background. And I like how your wind is propelling the character forwards, and you have some birds. Yo, good call on the birds. I love it. Oh my God. The arm comes out. This little like tube comes out, and he catches the tube. What? Insane. It's so good. Wow. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this planet is adding much. It just kind of looks like a After Effects layer that kind of was forgot to turn off or something. That's my only gripe with this one, really. This is so good. Dang. This is amazing. There's the spaceship down here. I didn't even see the spaceship down there. Oh, so good. I can't wait to see that final. Ooh, this one's nice. That's so sick. Very windy, and it looks like you have some cool heat distortion in the background. I love that sun, man. That's like the end of Indiana Jones. Beautiful, beautiful work. Very nice. Can't wait to get that 4K render. Yo, good example. Okay, I'm glad that this came up. I'm just missing the sphere. You gotta have the spherical element in your frame. And it's nowhere to be found. But I love the scene, okay? The scene is really good. You just need to get the spherical background element in there, okay? Yeah, anything that doesn't have the spherical shape in the background will not be judged for, for the thing. So, and depending, like it may not even make the montage. The point is, you got to have the character and the sphere in the background. Now, when I say sphere, obviously a good example here is like, this isn't a sphere, but it's the spherical shape. Another good example would be something like the one that I'm working on. It's negative space, and another person had the sphere. Wait, does Willie have the sphere? I can't tell, to be honest. Willie, don't forget your sphere, please.
Yeah, here's another example of the sphere. But it needs to be up closer. Definitely start that explosion at the beginning of the shot. This one, the sphere is hidden too much. The sphere is definitely hidden too much. Yep, got the sphere, I'm trying to find the reference here. This is like close. Definitely like it's not completing it, but I think this is okay. It's definitely a large spherical element. And where was this one? Here we go. You can see how this is like using the sphere as negative space. That's a really good example. It's cutting it close, but I see it. I see your sphere, okay? You're keeping the visual weight of that sphere there. It doesn't have to be a sphere. It's just make use of it. You know what I'm saying? So let's go back up to the top. This is fun for me. I hope you guys are enjoying this. We still got everyone up in here? Let's see. Cool. I hadn't checked chat in a minute. I'm really enjoying this. Yeah, so make sure Parziv, make sure you get that sphere, please. It's a really good render though. Sick. Very sick. Definitely got to work on your motion blur. Looks like it's moving a little too fast, but I love what you got going on here. This like looped terrain kind of a feel is very nice. Very, very cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I like that. Oh, dude. Very sick. Your spherical element could be a little bit more visible. Just a little bit more visible. It's hard to see. But this is really cool. I love the Minecraft vibe of this. Such a fan of this kind of stuff. Nice. I like the hand. Hand is good. I don't know why it looks so choppy. Why does it look so choppy? I'm wondering what's going on here. Is this Blender? Yeah, gotta figure out how to fix the leg. Okay, I got you. Yeah, keep working on it. It's looking cool. I like your idea. This one is a little tough. A little tough to see the sphere. Need the visual weight there. Just because the sphere's there and you turn the lights off doesn't mean the sphere's there. You know what I mean? But that's cool. I think I'm gonna call it there. That was freaking awesome. Can't wait to see what else you guys have. Heck yeah. I'm gonna scroll back up in the chat here. Let's see if we got any questions. Yeah, guys, I think I'm gonna call it. We're at 5 hours. What a solid one. Heck yeah. Any recommendations for people who want to make populated environment but don't have Quixel? Quixel is only $20 a month, but you could check out 3D or modelhaven.com. So you have HDRI Haven, you got Texture Haven, and you have Model Haven. Check out modelhaven.com. There's some good free stuff there. It's all free. Quixel is free for Unreal Engine, not for anything else. So yeah. But y'all, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get some Indian food for lunch. And keep working on my render probably. I'm excited about where it's going now. So it took 3 or 4 hours for me to be not so excited about my render to the point where I'm really amped about how it's turning out, and I can't wait to start building this out, changing the lighting, shifting it around, making it look nice. So guys, keep working on it. Thanks for sending me your stuff on Twitter. That was really fun. Follow me at all on everywhere. The links are all in the description. Yeah. I'm going to have a submission link for you guys pretty soon here. This weekend or Monday by the latest, I promise. It's just been a crazy week. But until then, I'll see you guys soon. Have a good one. Y'all enjoy yourselves. Enjoy your weekend. And yeah, stay inspired. All right. Peace out, guys. Have a good one. Later.